Fox Sports.
We are Black Horse. We are Florida.
Opening week arrives in D.C. The home opener for the Washington Nationals, the Marlins and the Nationals. It's a 3-game series, and it starts on a late afternoon here in D.C. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz. Welcome to Eduardo Perez as the Marlins and the Nationals get set to go. The Marlins happy that they've left that buzzsaw of a lineup in the Detroit Tigers, though they run into a Nationals team who's 2-0.
Right, and it's not that easy of a lineup either. It's a lineup that's very balanced, a lineup that can score runs early, but what the Marlins have to do is get on the board, take the pressure off Adam Conley that's on the mound today.
2 players, dynamic players, fun to watch, will be featured in this series. First for the Marlins, a guy that had a lot of hardware last year and, of course, beat Bryce Harper in that batting race. Dee Gordon's off to a terrific start.
Terrific start. He's really making good, solid contact, creating havoc on the base pass. His slugging percentage is up there. But what I like about him, he's a dead low ball hitter. And today is the perfect recipe for some more hits because Tanner Roark, what does he do? He lives down in the zone. I like his matchup.
Marlins have to keep Bryce Harper in the ballpark. And Harper, of course, the MVP. He's just as dynamic with a lot more power.
He is. And don't try to control this guy that we're talking about when it's Bryce Harper. Let's try to control the rest of the lineup around him. If we can do that, that means then the Marlins can then control the rest of the scoring because that man is uncontrollable when it comes to being on the plate.
Adam Conley gets the ball for the Fish. As Eduardo noted, Tanner Roark is going for the Nationals. Crowd still coming in. Full house, opening day. The bunting is out in our nation's capital, and baseball is around the corner. Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Florida. is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. By Bank United. Switch to Bank United today. Visit us online at bankunited.com or call 1-877-779-2265. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Cherry blossoms. There are a few still left here in D.C. as the Marlins and the Nationals get set to roll. It's a 3-game series. Miami's lineup looks this way, and it's brought to you by U Health. A great start. 6 for 11 was D. Gordon in the series against the Tigers. Christian Yelich slotted second. Giancarlo Stanton always hits well in this ballpark. Martin Prado's at third. Justin Bour, a local guy. Of course, he went to George Mason. JT Realmuto, the catcher. Danny Echeverria is at shortstop, and Adam Conley makes his 2016 debut, and so does Tanner Roark. And Eduardo Roark, a really unsung hero, part of this pitching staff as a starter and a reliever the last few years.
Absolutely. In 2014, had an unbelievable year. Very consistent on the mound, keeps the ball on the ground. Then they signed Max Scherzer, and guess what? Now you have to go to the pen. Emotional roller coaster. He has an opportunity again this season to be that starter.
D. Gordon climbing in the box. Baseball in Washington, D.C. This is the 12th season of Nationals baseball since they arrived from Montreal, the 9th year here at Nationals Park. And Gordon takes a letter-high fastball for a strike. Lance Barksdale calling balls and strikes. Will Little, Ted Barrett, Toby Basner on the bases. Pinch a penny brings you that first pitch. Marlins and Nats tomorrow is an off day with the opener here on a Thursday. Gordon swings and misses, and it's 0-2. And there was some doubt as to whether this game would be played this morning. Heavy rain in D.C. Still some dark clouds above, and the chance of some showers early in the evening. Gordon goes after a high fastball, and it's Espinoza on the outfield grass, and he makes the catch. Here's the Nationals defensively.
Well, you can start in the outfield, and you see why a lot of money out there. You have Jason Worth in left field, Michael Taylor, and then Bryce Harper in the outfield. And Rendon, Espinoza at short, Murphy at second, Zimmerman at first base with Wilson Ramos behind the plate, and Roark on the mound.
Marcell Ozuna. And Ozuna cracks one to left, hits it well. Worth won't get it. One hop off the wall. Ozuna round first, and he'll hold there. A long single. Ozuna's turn around first was a little bit awkward. He didn't get a clean turn, and Worth played it well.
And he didn't get a clean turn, but he jumps on this first pitch up in the zone. Roark so far has been pitching up. Great job right there by Jason Worth to be able to get the ball back on the infield in a hurry. You see, he's coming out of the box in a hurry, but he decides to make the decision of stopping, and that's the right decision. If you hesitate, stop.
Now Yelich, 2 for 7 against the Tigers. Hit the ball hard. He had a bolt of a sacrifice fly and a line drive out as well. And the Marlins actually swung the bat. In talking to Barry Bonds and Frank Menechino, the Marlins actually swung the bat pretty well, especially in game 1 when they scored 7 runs. But they fell behind early in both ball games and had trouble digging out and dropped both games. Yelich fouls it at the plate.
I think that right there is the common denominator. You keep trying to come back, and after a while you just run out of gas. But they do have the offense to be able to hang in with any of the teams in this division.
And of course, Adam Conley facing a Washington Nationals team that has plenty of power in it as well. Maybe not as much as the Tigers. Ozuna at first. Yelich waiting. And a throw on over. Tanner Roark, 29. He was terrific in the rotation in 14. Made 31 starts, nearly 200 innings, with a 2.85 earned run average. Check swing. He went. Barksdale says swing.
That was the first breaking ball that Tanner has thrown on today, and it's a good one down out of the strike zone as a chase pitch. As you looking at the outfield of the Nationals, also you see how far Jason Worth is in left field. That's very rare, especially with Christian on hitting. You see a lot of left fielders playing a lot more shallow than where Jason is playing.
Ozuna good speed at first. And Ramos out of his crouch, that fastball up. Ramos a good catch and throw catcher. Last year threw out 28% of base runners. They just like to keep him healthy for a full season. He did play 128 games last year. Two-two to Yelich. And it's in. The interesting dynamic this year with Yelich in front of Stanton. You've got a guy with a terrific knowledge of the strike zone, and obviously pitchers don't want to put him on and have to face Stanton with a guy at first base.
Well, great position to hit in when you're hitting in front of Giancarlo. 3-2. You know it's going fastball. I keep Ozuna at first.
Not running, and Yelich hits a BB up the middle into center field for a hit. And he really has been swinging it well the first 3 games of this season.
Well, you talk about this being a game of adjustments. Laid off that curveball and then fastball, two-seamer right over the plate. Hits it right where it came from. Don't try to do too much when there's a lot of movement coming from the mound.
So Ozuna's at second, Yelich at first, and Stanton, whose numbers at Nationals Park are impressive, 15 homers, 38 games. Roark misses away. It is 1-0. Stanton homered on opening night for the Fish, a sacrifice fly and an infield hit. In yesterday's ball game, a 7-3 loss to the Tigers. Good speed out there. Inside corner for a strike.
That's a pitch that if Tanner Roark can execute consistently, and it's very difficult to get in there, could have some success, but the level of difficulty of being able to establish that, too high. See right there, he tried to go in on him again, missed out over the plate. It's an art form to be able to execute pitch after pitch on the inside part of the plate. Not a lot of pitchers like doing that. You see where Wilson Ramos is the ball comes right over the plate. That right there is a recipe for disaster for Roark and success for Giancarlo.
See if he gets something similar. 1-2. Now breaking ball, and it misses away, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stanton last year, amazingly, in just 74 games, 27 home runs. A home run just over every 10 at bats. 2-2. It's up and it's in, and Roark, whose reputation is as a strike thrower, has gone 3-2.
And he's been up in the zone most of the time. I really believe against Dee Gordon he was trying to stay up in the zone, but with the rest of the hitters, he's missed.
Ozuna at second, Yelich at first. And Stanton with a broken bat looper, and it's off the glove of Murphy, and it trickles into center field. And it's a base hit. The bags are loaded for Martin Prado. Daniel Murphy, known more for his bat than his glove, shifted behind second, just couldn't get it.
And you see Ramos again trying to get in there. Ball stays out over the plate, yet it still jams Giancarlo, but he's so strong that it really doesn't matter. The timing right there of Murphy, not enough. And sometimes you better be lucky than good.
Martin Prado now, Miami with a nice opportunity. Crowd still settling into their seats. The home opener for the Nationals, and here is Martin Prado. 4 for 9 with a homer against Roark. And a fastball for a strike, and he got that one in.
Got that one in and up in the higher part of the strike zone. Martin probably didn't think it was going to be a strike, but it was called.
And Roark misses. Prado has always hit the Nationals well, whether a Brave, a Yankee, a Diamondback, or a Marlin. Last year, a .333 clip and a career .310 average with 10 home runs. Roark's breaking ball misses. Prado tough to walk, tough to strike out.
And this right here could be the best pitch that Martin could be seeing right now. Probably a fastball middle in. Has to be able to eliminate one side of the plate, get his cookie, let it drive. Bases are loaded.
Outfield towards right center. 2-1 to Prado. Up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Ozuna scores. Yelich coming home. Taylor's throw is off the mark. And Miami has a 2-0 start in D.C.
That's why they flew me in. Get the lead early. Sorry, Preston.
Early offense, Eduardo.
Early offense. You have to get on that board. Right there, 2-1 count. You know he has to come right up down the middle. And Martin Prado, being that professional hitter, doesn't try to do too much with it. Again, the game plan so far has worked for the Marlins. Stay true, stay up the middle. We saw Yelich, and we just saw Prado right now.
Yeah, and Stanton as well with that broken bat single. And we really haven't had a chance to chat about Dusty Baker. Baker, the second oldest manager in the big leagues behind Terry Collins, and of course a terrific run in a variety of cities: San Francisco, Chicago, Cincinnati, playoff appearances in all 3 cities.
I think the impact that Dusty has is immediate as soon as he goes into any of those organizations. You look at what he did in San Francisco, 21 games over as soon as his first year. Then he goes to Chicago, 19 games better the next year as soon as he gets in. Then he goes to Cincinnati, it was 17 games better. They're believing and they're hoping he can do the same thing here.
Justin Bour, a pop-up out into shallow left. Rendon is there to make the catch. And there are 2 outs. And that brings up JT Realmuto. Well, for the Marlins, this is a decidedly different feel than the opener when they fell behind 5-0. Wei-Yin Chen got knocked around early. And then, of course, yesterday, even though he was striking out 13, the Detroit Tigers not only put 5 runs up against Jose Fernandez, but ended that historic home win streak to start his career at 17-0. And Realmuto 1 for 9 in those 2 games against the Tigers. And the Marlins have done one thing here. Aside from scoring runs, they've pushed Tanner Roark a little bit more than I'm sure both Dusty Baker and Mike Maddox, the new pitching coach, would like.
So far, 23 pitches. This will be the 24th of the inning.
And that's out. You know, Roark, when he was a starter, and a lot of the sabermetric folks really liked him, an under-the-radar stat, but he was the king of the called strike. I mean, he was a guy that had more called strikes than anybody. Little looper, that's back behind Zimmerman, and it falls for a base hit. Stanton around, and he will score. Realmuto pulls into second, and the Marlins add on Martin Prado to third. Ryan Zimmerman, of course, longtime third baseman, has not found first base to be a great spot defensively.
Not at all. And right here, he sees it. There's no chance he's going to get Giancarlo Stanton at home plate. In the meantime, JT Realmuto does a nice job of continuing to run and go to second base. That's a heads-up base running by Realmuto. Now you have 2 runners in scoring position instead of runners on the corners.
And here is Echeverria. And a fastball in, and the dynamics here. First base is open. Adam Conley is on deck. But you've got Roark, who, if he tries to pitch around him, is going to end up over 30 pitches in the inning.
And not only that, you rather try to go and make pitches to see if Echeverria can chase, not beat you with. And that way you don't have D. Gordon leading off the next inning.
But Echeverria, a couple doubles yesterday. Outfield towards right center.
This is a at bat you don't have to give in if you're Tanner Roark. Danis.
And Echeverria shoots it foul. Of course, Echeverria is used to this. I mean, he's used to the 8 spot. He a decidedly better hitter in the 8 spot for whatever reason. When he was moved up in the lineup, the results just weren't there. Now, maybe at some point in his career, he creeps out of that number 8 spot, but for now, it's where he sits, and that's where he's been successful.
Rich, when you can find a player that can embrace the 8 spot, you leave him there. And when he can find success, absolutely, it is one of the most difficult positions, if not the most difficult position in the batting order to hit in. Pitchers pitch backwards. They don't give in.
Yep.
They want you to chase. Right now, I'm Tanner Roark. I don't even come near the strike zone.
2-2. Breaking ball fouled at the plate, and it's something that an American League player never has to deal with. I mean, if Echeverria was in the American League, he'd be in the 9 spot, and the 9 spot is a sweet spot to hit.
It is.
In the American League.
It is. It's a great place to hide out and hunt fastballs. Set ego aside, let it go. You're guaranteed pretty much to get 2-0 and 3-1 fastballs.
Prado at third, Real Muto at second. And Echeverria, ground ball. Zimmerman lets it go, and the throw to first is in time. Good decision by Zimmerman to let Murphy field it, but the Marlins come out firing. Marcell Ozuna open. Christian Yelich, Giancarlo Stanton, Martin Prado, and JT Real Muto. It's 3-0. Into a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. 3-game series, the home opener for the Nationals. And Dusty Baker's lineup looks this way. It's brought to you by UHealth. Michael Taylor, Fort Lauderdale kid. Anthony Rendon's at third. Bryce Harper, the MVP, at right. Ryan Zimmerman, the longtime National, at first. Jason Worth at left. Daniel Murphy, former Met, at second. Wilson Ramos, the catcher. Danny Espinosa replaces Ian Desmond. Espinosa at short. Tanner Roark in the 9 spot. Adam Conley, all 25, out of Olympia, Washington, makes his 2016 start in Eduardo. If it's anything like his finish to 2015, the Marlins will be quite happy.
And it's important to see him come out of the gate throwing strikes after getting a 3-run lead in the top of the first inning, just to have a shutdown inning.
In the air, Michael Taylor lifts it foul. Now Taylor is in center field because 3 pitches in to the season, Ben Revere pulled a muscle in his side and is on the disabled list. And so Taylor, who played a lot last year, is in center field. But it, in an odd way, at least for a game, worked out for the Nationals. Matt Den Decker, who was a teammate of Taylor's growing up down in South Florida, arrived yesterday with a big pinch hit double to help beat the Braves, and Taylor lines one. D. Gordon makes the catch. And there's one out. Eduardo, Miami's defense today.
Well, in left field, you have Christian Yelich, in center, Osuna, and in right field, Giancarlo Stanton. Round out the infield, Justin Bour at first base, D. Gordon at second, Adeiny Echevarria at shortstop, and Martin Prado at third base. JT Realmuto behind the plate, and our Adam Connolly on the mound.
I know that I've got to sharpen up my pronunciations, though I usually am pretty conscientious of that.
Am I showing you up right now?
Echevarria.
Echevarria.
Anthony Rendon. Bryce Harper will follow. Rendon in the 2 spot. And for the Nationals last year, they missed the postseason. They were 83 and 79. They had some big injuries. Ryan Zimmerman, Jason Worth, and Rendon was out for a good deal of time with both a knee injury and an oblique injury. And they missed his bat.
2 years ago, he was one of the best hitters in the game, consistent using the entire field. Big loss last season for him.
Always known for that short, compact swing. Scouts loved him at Rice University.
Rice Owl.
And it has translated to success at the big league level. He was third in the MVP voting in 14. That's drilled to center. Ozuna back, off the wall, has it. Rendon around first, and he is in there with a double. And that's exactly what Anthony Rendon can do for you.
Well, he takes that 2-0 pitch nonchalantly to see how the fastball looks in that zone. Again, same pitch, repeats it. This time did not miss it. Off the wall, nice job by Osuna getting the ball in, but Rendon right off the gate, smelling double and getting it.
And so here is Bryce Harper now. Harper at the ripe old age of 23 in his 5th year with the Nationals. And Adam Conley, a little crossfire action, misses down low.
But it's a good thing that he's missing down low at 94 miles per hour. That's exactly where you want him to be. If you're Juan Nieves, you have to like that. The pitching coach for the Marlins, you have to like where he's missing in the zone.
Harper last year, just an immense season. 330, 460, 649. The slash line, the on base and the slugging led the National League. 42 homers, 38 doubles, 118 runs. He walked 124 times, but it was not enough to save the job of Matt Williams. An 83-win season for the Nationals last year.
I thought you were just saying that he was good. Those are gaudy numbers.
He's really good, and many expect him to get even better. Rendon's at second. Conley checks to the screen, and Rendon arrives at third base.
See right here, trying to do a little too much, overthrowing, and that happens a lot when you get players like Bryce Harper at the plate. You see it a lot when Giancarlo Stanton is at the plate. Pitchers try to overthrow, try to get a little bit more rotation on it.
Harper takes, and Conley walks him. Well, Adam Conley last year, in his last 8 starts, was brilliant. A 2.78 ERA, a 3-1 record. There was a juncture of the season in mid-August where Conley, at the suggestion of his pitching coach Chuck Hernandez, went out and just cut it loose rather than try to pace himself and get to the 6th or the 7th inning. And that point was a turning point for him, because when he cut it loose, he found he had more bite on his slider, more run on the 2-seamer, and more success as a starter. Ryan Zimmerman. Conley misses low.
Big situation right here when you have runners at the corner. You're up 3 right now. You're trying to get that ground ball. Ryan Zimmerman, a veteran, understands what Conley's trying to do. Look for him to try to drive the ball the other way as you see the Marlins trying to pound Zimmerman inside.
Zimmerman is immensely strong. He's always used one of the bigger bats in the league. 31 years old, out of Virginia Beach, University of Virginia. And he's had trouble staying on the field. He's missed 168 games just in the last 2 years. But really the face of the franchise when they arrived here in DC. He went all the way from college, quick stop in the minors, and then to the confines of RFK, which sit about 5 or 6 miles from here. Tight spot. Adam Conley. He's got a 3-0 lead, but the Nationals threatening. And he misses. It's 3-0. Juan Nieves out for a visit. Doesn't get a whole lot easier after Zimmerman. You've got Jason Worth and then Daniel Murphy. That's a strike.
Have to be able to repeat that pitch and trust the stuff that you have. Last year, Chuck Hernandez exactly, he told him, he said, just let it loose. Might as well trust the ability and the activity, the movement that your fastball has.
Well, right now he's having trouble controlling everything. A double to Rendon, a walk to Harper, a walk to Zimmerman. And Don Mattingly watching from the Marlins dugout. And here comes Worth, who will turn 37 in mid-May.
Worth is the type of player that goes out there in the hunt. Right now, he understands that Conley is struggling to throw strikes. Look for him to try to jump actually out in front on a fastball. He's not taking right here, not with the bases loaded.
Nope, he couldn't stop his swing. And you saw Worth before the pitch with his hand on top of his helmet, just subtly moving the second base umpire Ted Barrett from the first base side over to the second base side.
Right, and that's because the disruption of the umpire, it bothers some hitters. Arm side, the ball comes right out of the umpire's side, and you see Teddy Barrett is right now.
Worth again with a check swing. This time he held it.
Rich, I've seen so many times Jason Worth right there holding back. He's had a lot of wrist issues in the past. Creates a lot of stress.
Fractured his wrist last year, was hit by a pitch in May. 1-1. Big swing and a miss.
See, he was looking pull right there as it was a slider. Also works as that taking speed off, and see, you look at it and you're thinking, okay, that was a hanger. But there was so much separation and velocity from the fastball to that pitch that he committed early.
Out in front, 1-2. Bags loaded, 1 out. And Conley misses in.
I'm Giancarlo Stanton in right field right now with 2 strikes. The way Jason Worth now protects the plate, I've seen him so many times get that little blooper, that bleeder into right field. Have to be aware of that.
Worth swings and misses. And Conley with another slider. He's hitting 96 with his fastball, and you talked about separation. That slider at 87.
That's what you want right there. He has that slider. Yes, also in the back pocket he has a changeup, but his go-to pitch is the slider. When you need it, when you're out in front, the hitter has to protect. You serve it, you allow him to then chase to that pitch.
Daniel Murphy now. And a strike. Conley with that whipping action 6-3 against a guy who was certainly a postseason hero for the Mets last year. Had a great stretch run, and he carried him right into the World Series. One pulled foul.
And this just shows you the length in their lineup, how good offensively they are when they had Daniel Murphy hitting in the 6th spot.
Well, Dusty Baker's ball club may not be able to catch it, especially on the infield, but they will score a lot of runs this year. 0-2. Just missed.
All right, the range in the infield is not very good, especially up the middle when you have Espinosa and Murphy. You have to be able to position the infield well and depend a lot on the analytics.
Murphy, a tough guy to strike out. To right, it's hit well. Stanton is back at the track, off the wall. 3 runs will score. Murphy around second, and he's tied it.
Made a mistake. With 2 strikes, you need to have this pitch down and away. You can't hang it. Murphy right then and there just laid the bat head on it and trust the power that he has as soon as he can execute. Hits it out front, stays well balanced, and the rest is history.
Now Wilson Ramos. Daniel Murphy, a bases loaded triple. What a wild start in DC. 3-3. Conley trying to keep it there, and he gets a knee-high strike and an 0-2 count on the Nationals catcher. Got him. Fastball. Called strike 3. But Daniel Murphy, the former Met, now a National, has tied it with 1 swing. Miami used a slew of singles, 5 of them in the first inning, to pick up their 3 runs. While the Nationals, a couple of extra base hits, a couple of walks. And so Tanner Roark, Adam Conley facing each other right now, both probably a little bit shell-shocked. Roark, changeup that misses to Conley. Conley actually has swung the bat well in his brief major league career. And he cuts through that fastball.
And that's exactly what Tanner Roark needed, a long inning, and this is not what Adam Connolly needed, a long inning on the mound and then leading off.
Roark picking at the outside, and he falls behind 2-1. 4 hits, 18 at bats. Connolly admittedly not a great hitter at Washington State, where he was a closer and then a starter the second half of his collegiate career. Miami took him in the second round back in 2011. 2-2.
Well, he looks very hitterish up there.
He's got the gloves. Looks very balanced. And he takes strike 3 called. So Roark gets a strikeout. Dee Gordon, Marcell Ozuna on their way as well. Bring your group to Marlins Park this season. You get a personalized experience for your guests. Perfect for families, birthdays, networking. Call the group sales team. Make your group reservation 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com/groups today. Here is Dee Gordon.
Dee didn't like that too much. Up in the zone. It wasn't in, it was just up. He was trying to show bunt. One thing that they have done so far with Dee is throw him up in the zone. Again, I've said it before. Very good low ball hitter. See again that pitch up in the zone. It's part of the scouting report.
Now last year, pitchers absolutely pounded the strike zone against Dee Gordon. He won the batting title. This year, do you expect the same? Will pitchers make an adjustment?
I think they will. I think the other teams definitely will make adjustments. Catchers will request pitchers to throw balls up in the zone a little bit more to see if he chases. This is a hitter that really did not walk much last season. They want to see what his discipline is like.
2 letter high strikes, or excuse me, a fastball for a strike. I thought the 2-0 pitch was a called strike, but the count is 3-1.
3-1, he called it outside.
And he called that one outside, and so Dee Gordon walks, and a good illustration of what we were talking about.
That was a quality at bat, not just because of the walk, because he was patient enough, knowing that Adam Connolly had a long inning in the bottom of the first, then had to lead off. So his job as a leadoff hitter was to take pitches as much as he can. He was fortunate enough now to get the free base and hopefully create some havoc on the base paths.
Gordon thrown out last night trying to steal. And here is Ozuna, who nearly punctured the left field wall with a line drive. His first time up. It went for a single, and Gordon scrambles back.
Well, we saw what happened on the first pitch with Ozuna. Fastball. This time now Dee Gordon's on first base. If you throw a fastball, Marcel's not taking any pitches to give Dee an opportunity. He's a swinger. Do you go now with a slider?
Last year, 58 stolen bases. And a strike to Ozuna. It is 0-1. There are many people that will discuss whether a batting order even matters. Some people feel you can just throw hitters in any direction and their performance will be the same, and that may be true, but there's no getting around the fact that psychologically a batting order matters, especially looking at this Miami order.
Without a doubt. The psychological part definitely matters. Knowing who's behind you gives you that edge also. If you know you have a heck of a hitter behind you, Giancarlo Stanton, or a Bryce Harper behind you, you know that in a hitter's count, the odds are great that you are going to get that fastball.
Gordon from first, not running, and a strike. And you have a unique perspective, a major league hitting coach, and a bench coach for one of the most progressive think tanks in baseball in Houston.
Yes, in the sabermetrics part, the analytical part of where the Astros, which a lot of teams were skeptical, but now have really embraced it because they've seen that it's been able to be executed in a way in a winning baseball. Houston has some things that are different, but so far, you can't argue that it has worked.
So, as far as the batting order goes, is it psychological? Is it physical? Can you quantify the quality of pitches? Where does it lie?
For the hitter, it's psychological. For anybody that's in the front office, that part really doesn't matter. They don't throw that into the equation. That's where they now depend on the coaches to be able to identify and start and create a medium to that. You get the information, you digest it, and you make it your own as a coaching staff.
Gordon from first, long wait from Roark. Not running, and Ozuna chops it out towards short. This is Espinoza, and he gets the out. There's 2 down. Gordon's in scoring position.
Saw right there, Marcell Ozuna wasn't really that aggressive in that at-bat. Either he was trying to allow Dee Gordon to get in scoring position by stealing a base, but that's not what you want Marcell to do when Dee Gordon's on base. You need him to still be himself and be aggressive. Take your swings, be smart, look for your pitch.
Yeah, the psychology can work in an opposite direction, can it? I mean, you can overthink the situation. Now Yelich, a fastball for a strike.
And that's where I think is the value in Barry Bonds. Being able now to be here and expressing to them and explaining to them the importance of the psychological part of the at-bat.
Yeah, a lot of the psychology for Bonds was between he and the pitcher, because the cat and mouse game that he had through his whole career, amazingly, he was the one that came out on top most of the time.
And he had such an awareness of the strike zone. And I think that's what he'll be able to explain to these hitters, is understanding when not to swing.
Oh,
it's here.
It's here.
It is here. And oh my.
Man, it just opened up. It was like somebody turned a big faucet on, and the rain has started here in D.C. during this Yelich at bat with a count 2-1. Gordon's at second, and heavy winds and rain are just touching down. Woo.
Taking the monitors down up here.
That's right. Hold on.
There go the papers.
We are exposed up here at the very top of the ballpark. We were actually higher than the fireworks for the pregame show. Count 3-1. And it's in, and now with the wind blowing and the rain falling, Roark has to face Giancarlo Stanton. All right, pick us out. Okay, go second level, no, third level, the fourth level, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth level. That's us.
There we are.
And so the cone of silence will be applied here.
I had to hold on to this monitor right here. Almost went flying.
Well, I almost went flying. All right, Stanton now got good speed, and Gordon and Yelich. What did you learn from the first at bat in the first matchup between Roark and Stanton?
He was trying to pound them in. Wilson Ramos, that's where he wanted it. You notice now, first pitch went for the strike away. He has to establish again inside. And I said it earlier, being able to do that in the inside part, you better miss inside also. Again, Wilson Ramos tried to throw that pitch in, and it stayed out over the plate. He was lucky. This is a ballpark where Giancarlo loves to hit in.
0-2. And Stanton, a little dribbler. It's Murphy who backhands and gets the out. And Roark escapes. Miami leaves a pair. A lot of baseball's been played. And we're only in the bottom of the second. Welcome back. Bottom of the second. Tarp is on. 3-3 Marlins and Nationals. The Fish and the Nationals both came roaring out of the gates in the first. The Marlins got 3. And the Nationals tied it. The Tarp is on. Both bullpens are emptying. Although our Jessica Blaylock is hanging in there. Jess, what do you see down below?
Yeah, Rich, I learned my lesson last year. Always pack your umbrella, and I'm glad that I did because that rain is starting to come down. Obviously, like you just mentioned, they're putting that tarp on the field. Not just heavy rains, but you can see the angle that the rain is coming in. Also, some heavy winds as well. There was a 40% chance of rain at this time. It looks like there's going to be a 50 and 60% chance of rain at 5 and 6 o'clock. So this could be a pretty significant delay.
Yeah, you know, it could. The ironic thing, guys, and Eduardo, I'll bring you in and hang in there, Jess, is that the Nationals, as tradition, had their opener today and left tomorrow open for weather. And yet they've started the game. Everybody kind of knew that the weather was coming, and the gamble, I guess, was get the full house in here, try to get the game in.
Tried to get the game in, and I'll tell you one thing. I flew into this morning, and I was thinking there's no way they're going to be playing here today. It was coming down pretty hard. Then all of a sudden, the sky was beautiful. The skyline was beautiful, and it sort of tricked them. And I think that's where the decision was now to play this game. And it looked great when we were starting it.
If you've just joined us, the Marlins and the Nationals are tied at 3. The Fish had 5 hits to get their 3 runs. Adam Conley, in his first appearance of 2016, Eduardo, he had trouble finding the strike zone.
He had trouble having the lead 3-zip going in there. Probably too much time waiting, and you see all those pitches out of the zone, and then with Murphy with 2 strikes, threw it right down the middle. Not where he wanted it, having location issues in that very first inning.
So fans, and a lot of them obviously a sellout here, they're all trying to get to higher ground and get out of this weather for the time being. In a 3-3 rain delay in the bottom of the second in DC. But stick around, we've got Marlins programming. Inside the Marlins is coming up, hot stove edition of Inside the Marlins. We'll have a weather update and keep you up to speed on what's going on here in DC. Right now it's 3-3. faster than Junior Lake did last year. I will say that. Now that's, I think, an example.
But
of,
Junior Lake then looked into the dugout.
That's true.
And gave the quiet signal.
That's true.
You shouldn't be doing that.
That's true. All right, now let's dig our teeth back into this ball game. There is Roark, and he's in the pen now. Eduardo, you addressed the fact that Roark is older. He's been in the big leagues longer, 29 years old, and that Adam Conley just 25 in his second big league season.
And don't forget that Tanner Roark has also pitched out of the bullpen. And it's different. It's less intensity that he shows on the mound. He's more of a location pitcher, where we already talked about Adam Conley, and last year with Chuck Hernandez, let it go. Let it fly. He's a max effort pitcher. Tanner Roark is not a max effort pitcher. He's more on balance once he releases the baseball. And that's why he still can be part of this game.
All right, and the other dynamic here is Phelps, obviously a right-hander, Conley a left-hander. And your point was that the Washington Nationals are usually not kind to left-handed starters. And so this a flip in the script for Dusty Baker's lineup.
And how interesting is it that the big hit came from a left-handed hitter in Murphy?
Daniel Murphy with that 3-run triple, and that was in the first inning. 3 runs for the Marlins in the first, 3 runs for the Nationals in the first. As Lindsey Nelson, the late Lindsey Nelson, would say, we moved to further action in the bottom of the second inning. The Marlins unable to sustain a drive. From those old Notre Dame replays. I know you watched them.
Learn something new every day.
So Phelps gets Espinoza.
By the way, nice sweater.
Thank you. Well, it got, as you noted, about a 15-degree drop in temperature from the start of the rain to the end of the rain.
I noted it and I felt it. And I still feel it.
Danny Espinoza with Tanner Roark now on deck. So Roark will hit. Michael Taylor is due up third. And Phelps with a fastball that misses in. Phelps, a versatile guy and a perfect guy for this situation. Someone that the Marlins really like in their bullpen. Had a very good spring coming off the injury last year. Really an odd one, a forearm stress fracture. That right forearm. And so Phelps, who did some starting and relieving for the Marlins, did that as well for the Yankees when he got to the big leagues.
Espinoza's been swinging a very good bat to start the season. Yet against Phelps, career-wise 0 for 3.
You know, always a guy I think that the Nationals have waited to grab a job and hold the job up the middle at second base. Anthony Rendon initially was at second when he first got to DC. But now with the Ian Desmond's departure, the Nationals, rather than go out and get a shortstop who could hit, went out and got a second baseman who can hit in Daniel Murphy. And Espinoza, who was a shortstop at Long Beach State, has produced so many really good infielders, has moved back over to short.
Has moved over to short, and coming out of spring training, a lot of question marks on should he be the starting shortstop. Didn't have a really strong spring training. Turner did, and they decided to go with Espinoza, the veteran, give him the opportunity, just like Jason Worth. Looking for the bunt right here.
Yeah, the leadoff walk sets up nicely for the Nationals because Roark will try to push Espinoza to second. He does. And the Marlins get the out at first, but the Nationals have a runner in scoring position. And now the top of their order, Michael Taylor and Anthony Rendon coming up. So not easy for Phelps, certainly a long rain delay. I would expect probably mid to late through that rain delay. They told Phelps, yeah, you're the guy. I wouldn't be surprised if at the start of the rain delay, Juan Nieves went to him and said, if this gets to be an hour and a half, 2 hours, we're probably turning to you.
That's how it usually works. And you can tell by the focus of the pitcher. Once they tell him that rain delay becomes a different animal. The focus, okay, who am I facing? What do I do in a given situation?
Michael Taylor out of Fort Lauderdale, Westminster Academy. He's always been a great defensive outfielder. He ended up getting in 138 games last year. And he is a great defensive outfielder. I mean, he's a Gold Glove caliber guy. If he can hit and earn himself an everyday job, he could probably win a Gold Glove.
And Dusty Baker told him, I want you to be you. Don't try to be that leadoff hitter. Don't worry about taking pitches. Be aggressive.
In the air to right, Stanton to his right. Tagging is Espinoza. And he'll hold there. And so with 2 outs, here comes Anthony Rendon. Time to scout the Nationals, brought to you by Auto Nation.
And the first thing you see is Dusty Baker, new attitude in a different latitude here in Washington. Last year, lost over 1,300 games due to injuries. They need to stay healthy. And Bryce Harper, how old is he? He's 23.
Did you say natitude?
I said latitude. I didn't say natitude.
Just checking.
That was a couple years ago. They needed the natitude.
Yeah,
It's nowhere to be found now.
they had an adjustment to that
Big time.
last year. Rendon. But to your point, and we talked about it before the rain delay, I mean, there were injuries, big injuries. Rendon, Worth, Zimmerman, and the hope is with Dusty Baker and health, especially for some of the older guys like Zimmerman and Worth, that they can get back into the postseason. And Rendon takes out. Rendon blasted one off the wall in deep left center. That was a double back in the first. Nationals got 3 runs on just 2 hits. The Rendon double. But Adam Conley walked a couple and then gave up the triple to Daniel Murphy.
Like how Phelps, the last 2 pitches, this one called for a strike, the one previous to it, a slider, did not entice Rendon, but very well located. See, right, every pitch right on that spot. Follow the Fox tracks.
David Phelps with a fastball, and it's fouled back out of play. Well, the Nationals opened their season on Monday and beat Atlanta in Atlanta 4-3. Daniel Murphy had homered. There was a Max Scherzer start. He went extra innings. Jonathan Papelbon picked up a save. An off day on Tuesday, and then yesterday, last night, a 3-1 win. A Steven Strasburg win.
Papelbon picking up another save. Nice way to start before you even get here to DC. When they introduced them, handful of boos. That's a great pitch right there. Get him, try to extend that zone. Rendon not biting.
Well, remember on the Fox tracks, on a 1-2 count, there were 3 pitches in the strike zone. And so he did not get a call on one of them, and that's a strike.
That right there.
He's thrown 5 strikes in this at bat, and the count's 2-2. And that's out. Just a reminder, Fox Tracks measures where the baseball crosses the front of home plate, and that is where the strike zone is. Umpires call the pitch where it crosses at the front of home plate.
This is a good time to throw that front door slider. He's been throwing everything away, away, away.
Fastball, and he got him. So David Phelps, out of the rain delay, takes over, and Phelps works a scoreless second. 3-3 in DC. Nationals. It's the top of the third at Nationals Park. T-Mobile will get you some free MLB.TV premium, and it only happens from April 3rd through the 10th. Make sure you go to T-Mobile.com/MLB Network. Tanner Roark and Martin Prado with Justin Bour and JT Realmuto. And a fastball for a strike. Prado a 2-run single. That was in the first. And for Martin, now 3 for 9 on this young season. And it will be interesting to see if this long rain delay affects Roark.
It might even help him out because he is a sinker ball pitcher. Now he doesn't have to do too much. And once a pitcher does less as a sinker baller, he gets more action on the baseball.
I know this was not opening day, but it felt like an opening day. It was the home opener for the Nationals. Sellout crowd, flyover, introductions on the baselines, big flag, anthem, James Brown doing the lineups and everything. That's a base hit into left field. George Willis here, all of that. It looked like to me that for Roark and Conley, who certainly have not made opening day starts in the major leagues, they both were a little nervous in that first inning.
A little amped up, a little trying to do a little more than what they're used to doing. I have to agree with you. They were missing their spots, both of them. Roark was up in the zone. He lives down in the zone. And we saw what the Marlins were able to do against him in that first inning.
Now Justin Bour against Roark. Prado 2 for 2. And a little tapper back to the mound, and that's Taylor made. And a double play. Especially with the shift for Bour, the Nationals were all aligned to turn a quick double play with Espinosa right behind the bag.
Quickly done, and then a perfect feed by Tanner Roark at second to throw to second base, and a nice, sweet pick by Zimmerman at first.
So it's Realmuto now. He had a bloop single that was ruled a single. He ended up at second base. It drove in the final run of that 3-run first. And a strike from Roark.
So far, Tanner has been able to come in to this game after the rain delay and just pound strike after strike. Using that changeup really well against right-handed hitters.
And the Marlins have had a ton of base runners in this game. They have 6 hits and have drawn 2 walks. Two balls, 2 strikes. Up the middle, and I don't think Espinosa is going to get Realmuto. That's a base hit.
Really interesting because it seems like he didn't get a good read off the bat, or because the grass is wet right there, takes off on him a little bit, and his timing wasn't perfect. Watch this angle right here. Sees it, then slows down a little bit, then has to accelerate again. Isn't able to put good leather on it. And JT gets himself a base hit.
And you saw in the replay too, since Realmuto was reaching, he was out of the box quickly, and he runs very well. And so the 7th hit for Miami in the ball game, and here's Adeiny Hechavarria. So a 2-for-2 day for Real Muto, and this is a day that at some point he's going to hit 2 or 3 line drives at people and go 0 for 4. He's been jammed and blooped one down the right field line for an RBI hit. And a little tapper over the middle. He's 2 for 2.
Some days it works just like that. You need those to balance it out.
Runner goes, fastball up, and Real Muto easily steals second base, and he's headed for third. As the ball gets by, it'll be a throwing error on Ramos. And if you didn't believe me on Real Muto's speed, he easily stole second base there.
Right, just because he's a catcher, you cannot ignore his athleticism. This kid from Oklahoma, quarterback, 3-sport athlete. I might be a catcher. There's something left in the tank.
You know, ironically, he wasn't a catcher when the Marlins drafted him as a catcher. He was a shortstop. And a Marlins scout saw him hop behind the plate in I believe it was a summer ball game.
He was filling in, right?
Yeah, I believe that the regular catcher had to pitch. And so JT hopped back there for a few innings. Scout saw him, and the discussion went something along the lines of, hey, if we draft you as a catcher, will you sign? And JT thought about it and said, if the offer's there, I will take it. And he did.
He was already committed to go to Oklahoma State, if I'm not mistaken.
On a baseball scholarship. Although Mike Gundy might have tried to get him over there on the football team. He was a dynamite quarterback. In fact, won the 5A state championship game with a dramatic last-second drive that he engineered as a quarterback in Oklahoma.
They always say the best athletes start off as shortstops, and pretty good catcher right now in San Francisco that started off as shortstop at Florida State, Buster Posey.
2-sport athletes. I'm 3-sport athletes, but we've got a feature on Marlins Live next week on the 2-sport athletes. Giancarlo Stanton is a 3-sport athlete. He was a wide receiver corner and a back to the basket low post man, as well as a baseball player for Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, California. One, two. Edge takes it out. So how about you? All baseball?
No.
Well, give me the rest of the
basketball. A lot of basketball when I was in high school. Little baseball.
Really?
Played baseball my senior year. Played Little League, but then in high school played a little bit in Puerto Rico. But my senior year is when I really started focusing on baseball.
Echeverria into center field, and that's a base hit. And Miami breaks the tie. The speed of Real Muto and Echeverria going right back up the box.
And we spoke earlier about him embracing the 8 spot. He goes out of the zone. This pitch would have been called the ball inside. Brings his hands perfectly right there. Gets jammed, not afraid. Strong enough to get it through the infield. And you get an RBI, a big RBI, with David Phelps on deck, now hitting.
We also talked about the dynamic of, in that situation, you've got first base open and you've got a pitcher on deck, and that happened in the first. Roark got Echeverria in the first, but he didn't get him in the third.
He didn't. After the stolen base, Dusty Baker had an opportunity to walk Echeverria and go after Phelps. I think he did the right thing. Allow Echeverria to hit. It's early in the game. You don't want to turn that lineup over that quickly, that early in the game.
Phelps first at bat. Echeverria anchored at first. And the pitch is in the dirt. You know, the other thing, look at that score bug in the lower right of your screen. You see the ending top of the third. Now go up and see the pitch count. 73 pitches for Tanner Roark, and that is with an hour and 25-minute rain delay. That's strike 3 called. But Miami rallies for a run with 2 outs, and they do it with JT Realmuto and Adeiny Echeverria. Live Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Go. Download it now on the App Store. Now you can watch the Marlins in market, out of market, on the road, at home, in Puerto Rico, wherever the Marlins are, and wherever you are. No longer those silly blackout rules. Eduardo Perez, you are the embodiment of techno savvy, and so you are able to stream live on Fox Sports Go and watch the Marlins wherever you might go.
I'm all over the place, and when you need your baseball, go get it.
All right, David Phelps finds himself in a situation where he's pitching, didn't expect to do that, at least this early, with the rain delay. Adam Conley exits after one inning, and B, a chance to win a baseball game, because the Marlins now have the lead. Phelps faces Bryce Harper. Ryan Zimmerman, Jason Worth will follow, and Harper fouls it off. Harper walked back in the first. Conley's first inning, a one-out double to Anthony Rendon, and then Harper and Zimmerman walked. Daniel Murphy chased them all home with a triple. Harper did homer in Atlanta in that opening two-game series. Slow roller, he can run. Gordon hurries and just gets him.
And that's a do-or-die play for D. Gordon. Coming in all out, respecting the speed of Bryce Harper. Playing a little bit deeper, gets the correct angle, throws off his right foot, and a BB for a strike to first base. See him right there. He times it perfectly. Gets the right hop.
D went with a little cold weather gear, just in case things get a little colder here in Washington, D.C.
The temperature is one thing, the wind is another. Fortunately for the players, the wind is not a factor right now.
Ryan Zimmerman. The rain and the wind all hit at once when it started to rain. That about an hour and 45 minutes ago. Got blue skies, some clouds in the offing, but I think for the most part the Marlins and the Nationals should be fine from here on out. Zimmerman lifts it into the seats. Ryan Zimmerman, when he got here, the Nationals were managed by Frank Robinson. He's been through a lot, obviously. Seen the really lean times and the really good times. The 2-2. That outside corner was not kind to David Phelps. Remember that at bat to Anthony Rendon. He threw a pair of pitches right where he just threw that one. Pitch number 5. Caught the corner, caught the plate, and did not get the call.
Give a lot of credit to Dan Bellino behind the plate. He is still calling those pitches balls. Excuse me, that's actually Lance Barksdale behind the plate. That's not Dan.
Well, if you want to blame Dan, Lance won't mind.
He won't.
Zimmerman, and that's down the line. And it's going to roll into the corner. Yelich was waiting for the hop out. Zimmerman to second. And he will hold there with a double. So a one-out double for Ryan Zimmerman.
Decided to go with a 3-2 breaking ball. Let's not forget, against Anthony Rendon in this situation, went fastball outside corner, got him to swing and miss. Instead, Liz Zimmerman went with the breaking ball, and Zim made him pay.
The hard part for Phelps has been just in this short appearance. When he throws the pitch on the outside corner, he's not getting the call.
He's not getting it, but a hitter, when he has 2 strikes, I guarantee you Ryan was not going to be taking any pitch close to the outside corner.
So here's Worth, who struck out back in the first. You know, it always is fascinating, the difference between, say for Barksdale, he's calling the pitch off the plate a strike. A hitter, especially a veteran like Worth, can very gently remind him that he didn't think that was a strike, and the discussion ensues. And at times, the umpire will come a little closer to what the player was hoping for. At least his radar will go up. It's hard to do that from 60 feet away when you're a pitcher.
Oh, without a doubt. And you see that pitch right there as a hitter. It is real difficult to lay off something that's right there on the outside corner. Jason Worth, first pitch was in, this one away. You try to always have that communication with the umpire, but at the end of the day, if you get to 2 strikes, you better swing if it's anywhere in that vicinity. It's not, the plate is 17.5 inches wide. That does not mean that the strike zone, that a strike can't be called in a bigger zone than that, because if it hits the outside part of the baseball, you still have 2.5 inches further to go. So you have to add another 5 inches to that 17.5, and that is actually the strike zone.
And Phelps does a real nice job after going out, coming in with 2 pitches. He just missed with the first one, but that one, he catches the corner and strikes out Worth.
And that's what I'm saying. With 2 strikes, you now have to be able to protect either zone. You see where this pitch is, way inside on the Fox tracks. But look at where Barksdale is. He's right here. He sees that, and he's thinking to himself, okay, has it right in front of him. He calls it a strike. He misses it. When it's on the other side, when there's a right-handed hitter, when he's on the other side, that's more of an educated guess on Lance's part. Experience comes in as an umpire.
Well, here's Daniel Murphy, who clobbered one off the Delta sign on the right field wall for a 3-run triple back in the first. Murphy already has driven in 5 runs on 3 hits. He's 3 for 8 in this early season. Takes a strike.
See that right there? That's conversation. That's a veteran saying, "Okay, I had that a ball. I had that an inch inside." You let the umpire know exactly where you had it. You don't ask him. You tell him, "I had that as a ball." You see in the Fox tracks, it's a strike, and Lance Barksdale's letting him know, "No, it's a strike. You missed it. I did not."
That is a strike. You know, I've always thought, now that they've instituted Fox tracks and the umpires are graded the same technology, they get a report after each game, they get a disc, DVD showing each pitch, so they get familiar with, okay, you think about which pitch, where it was, and what it was called. And the hitters will do that too. Hitters after at bats will go in just to look and see, where was that pitch? Here's a 1-2. I've often thought it almost might be beneficial to umpires and maybe to hitters and pitchers that during the 2 minutes between innings, if the umpire wanted to go look at a pitch and figure out if that was a ball or a strike, did I miss it or did I get it? I mean, if it takes a minute to do it and it doesn't delay the game, it might help the umpire moving forward. And I don't think he checks. Real Muto has to pick it up. He does, and fires to first in time. Nice job by David Phelps to get Jason Worth and Daniel Murphy swinging. Top, fourth inning has arrived in Washington, D.C. The rain is staying away. The first Corona Light Marlins watch party of the season comes up on Monday the 11th at the Anchor Inn in Lake Worth, home of Trey Turner, by the way. See the Marlins and the Mets at 7:10. Win tickets to upcoming games and raffle prizes. Meet Billy and the Energy Team and enjoy Corona Light specials throughout the game. You don't want to beat Billy.
No.
You want to meet Billy.
He'll poke you.
Yes, he when provoked, is not a pleasant gentleman. D. Gordon, Marcell Ozuna, and Christian Yelich against Tanner Roark. This must seem like a long day for Roark, who started through 2 innings, gave up 3 runs, and then sat through an hour-and-a-half rain delay and then another half inning before he was back out there.
Experience in the bullpen. He's had it. He's done it before in the bullpen, throws a lot, then sits down maybe for 4 or 5 innings and then has to get up again. That's the value.
I know he's not airing it out when he's staying warm, but there has got to be some wear and tear for heating up and staying heated over the course of an hour and a half. I mean, it's not like he's in one of those Brookstone massage chairs flipping the TV remote, although that is actually a nice thought.
Without a doubt on the kneading part, right? But But with Tanner, he's mentally strong.
Gordon, a hot smash. Espinoza gets the out.
When you go from being a successful starter and doing really well and then going to the bullpen. Last year he was back and forth, 12 games as a starter, 28 in the bullpen. That's a seesaw. That's a mental adjustment right there. And what's not even said there is what he did in 2014. Solid sub-3 ERA as a full-time starter and gets sent back to the bullpen. Ouch. And he said all the right things.
He did. He did, but with the subtractions, the Zimmerman gone, Pfister gone, they needed starters, and Roark, an easy guy, an easy candidate to slide back in. He had a good enough camp that they were happy to have him in that rotation.
And you would hear a lot of players say, oh, you're costing me money. This is my livelihood. You're taking away from what I've done well. I could be a starter in any of the other 29 teams. It's unfortunate he was there, but he stayed quiet, and he's getting his opportunity again.
Marcell Ozuna swings and misses, and Roark, who has not had a 1-2-3 inning, has the first 2 outs at the top of the 4th.
Pitch right up in the strike zone. That's the same pitch that Marcell hit for that base hit line drive off the wall in the first inning.
Yelich has singled, and it was a bolt to center, and he's walked. Nice to see Yelich healthy and swinging it well. You remember last year, injured his back, tried to play through it, had to go on the DL, had his batting average actually under 200, and then steadily from June on rose and finished right at 300. So, you know, the curiosity is, well, if you can take those 4 months and spread them out over 6 months, what kind of a year can you have?
Hopefully the Marlins will find out.
Fastball in. And just in watching spring training, the work with Barry Bonds, and the 3 games in the regular season, the dynamic of Stanton behind him is pretty fun, because Yelich is not a guy that chases a lot. So he's zoned in, and when pitchers come in, he's been able to hit the ball hard.
And you can tell that he's zoned in right there. 3-2 breaking ball. We talk about protection behind him with Giancarlo Stanton. It doesn't matter if Tanner Roark, which right now is controlling all his 3 pitches, the fastball, the curveball, and the changeup, throwing it where he wants. He has done a nice job with it. When you can control that and have that presence behind you, right now it's a good time to throw that changeup. Already gone curveball. He's gone fastball. He's going fastball again away.
3-2. And he walked. And again, it's that, you know, Yelich is really good getting into deep counts. He doesn't chase. And it's almost like you remember him as the number 2 hitter, or even as a leadoff hitter at times. And all of a sudden you realize, oh yeah, Stanton's up next. And Yelich is trotting down to first, and Stanton's digging in the box. So 2 walks for Yelich with a single. Stanton has singled and bounced out. Big shift on the infield. Outfield straight up.
This is a max effort situation for Tanner Roark against Giancarlo Stanton, going after his 93rd pitch of the game, and we're still in the top of the 4th inning.
And Stanton against the shift, shoots it into right field. Yelich will hold there with 2 outs. He doesn't want to get thrown out at third. And Harper, not only is Bryce Harper, but he had a good jump on the ball in right.
He did. Watch the hole right there. And it's not that Giancarlo is trying to hit it that way, but if you're going to throw it on the outer part, the Nationals are saying no problem. We still kept you inside in the ballpark. Base hit, no damage done. But Giancarlo, you give it to him, he will take it. That has to hurt a little bit off the end of the bat. In this weather, the way it is right now.
Yeah, but it's a base hit, so the pain goes away
quickly.
Now Prado's got 2 hits, and he takes outside.
Bullpen starting to move a little bit for the Nationals.
And a strike. I told you that Prado in this ballpark has hit well. Against the Nationals as a team, he's hit well as Roark approaches 100 pitches.
That's the type of swing that you hope you don't make contact on. Still have an opportunity.
And to add to that line of success with his 2 hits here, he's 6 for 11 with a homer against Roark. But he's behind in the count 1-2. Just out.
Lance Barksdale has not called that pitch all day.
And that looks like it got a little bit of the corner, but David Phelps didn't get it.
It's very close.
And Roark isn't getting it. Nationals pen nearing the point of being ready. 2-2. And Prado stays alive.
Good protection by Prado. Pitch that Barksdale hasn't been calling, but we're not going to give him an opportunity to call it. Bryce Harper playing very shallow in right field.
So is Taylor in center. Prado, a ground ball. Rendon gets it, and Murphy at second barely makes the catch and somehow keeps his foot on the bag. And Tanner Roark escapes the 4th. Miami up a run, 4-3. Baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. By Checkers, fast foodies know the deal. And by your South Florida Chevy dealer. The President's Race. Teddy Roosevelt. A little high stepping. Wilson Ramos. And David Phelps delivers. Danny Espinosa and the pitcher spot due up for the Nationals. And it looks like that's the end of the road for Tanner Roark. As the Nationals bullpen, Sean Kelly is still warming up in Washington's bullpen. Prado gets the out.
It's a nice pitch right there by Phelps. In on the hands on Wilson Ramos.
Tom Kohler will go on Saturday. Marlins Live brought to you by your South Florida Honda dealers. Jessica Blaylock from DC here. And it's Tom Kohler, a little taste of Miami feature as well. And of course a very nice event that the Marlins have at Marlins Park in the off season. But an off day tomorrow, and the Marlins will be back with you. We'll be back with you as well. Rich Waltz, Eduardo Perez. Hope you enjoyed Jessica Blaylock and Preston Wilson on Marlins Live from Nationals Park with all the opening ceremonies here for opening day. Joe Ross is the starter for Washington on Saturday. Now the starter in this one is, or was, Adam Conley. He was in for an inning and he got knocked around. Daniel Murphy had a 3-run triple. An hour and 25-minute rain delay, and the Marlins came back with David Phelps, who is now into his 3rd inning. Liner to right, Stanton poised and makes the catch.
Sometimes you barrel it to no avail. Giancarlo didn't even have to move in right field on contact. Well positioned.
Stephen Drew is a Washington National. And Drew will come to the plate and pinch hit. A Yankee last year. And it's Yusmeiro Petit now, who is up and ready. Long ago, a Marlin. I believe he was part of the Hanley Ramirez Anibal Sanchez trade, or in that era. Our baseball researchers are scrambling. That one into center field. And Ozuna hangs up for him. He makes the catch. Very nice inning for David Phelps, who's thrown 43 pitches. On top, let's check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Well, Rich, Justin Bour grew up in the D.C. area. He played college baseball for George Mason. Because of that, he says he loves coming to play games at Nationals Park. He loves getting to catch up with friends and family. There's several people in the crowd here to watch Justin Bour play, but he said he also loves coming here because he prefers to play in colder weather. I saw him in the dugout after the rain delay, and I said, hey, it's 51 degrees. He said, I'll take it.
Bour takes a strike. Well, you're right, Jess. I mean, Justin Bour, Centerville, Virginia, George Mason. He and his older brother Jason, who also played at George Mason. They were obviously in the backyard, but also in college in colder weather. Speaking of colder weather, Jessica, I can remember last year. Now, in the major leagues, oftentimes they say a rookie year, a player learns the ropes, learns the routine. It looks like you have learned the routine here, because I remember, was it this city you showed up last year with like sandals? New York, Philly?
It was New York. It was a very, very cold New York. I unfortunately did not pack very smart.
Bour is going to challenge the arm of Harper, and he gets there. On the one-hop throw, it skipped by Espinoza, and Bour's got himself a double. Sorry about that, Jess, but that throw was headed right to you. Here's a look. We'll get back to you in a sec. Eduardo.
This right here, Bryce Harper plays it perfectly, does that 360 turn, and just skips right off the dirt in between hop for Espinoza to make the play. But no hesitation whatsoever on Jason's brother, Justin, sliding into second.
All right, before we get to Jess, this editorial note. There was a play last night in which Bour hit a ball similar to that to left field that Justin Upton threw to second base, and the throw was going to beat Bour, but it skipped by the second baseman, and Bour was safe. And the ruling was single and a throwing error to Justin Upton. So we have the exact same play, because Harper's throw is going to get Bour if it's picked.
And I did see that, and that should have been scored a double.
So Bour should have a double last night. He has a double tonight. And here's Real Muto, and we'll get back to Jess in just a moment.
At least we know she's not freezing down there.
I know. It's down low. Jess, what prompted and what was the big impetus for change this year?
Well, it was very unfortunate in New York last season when I did not pack well. So I decided to go ahead and actually check the weather for this road trip. I saw that it might dip down into the 40s, so I decided, hey, let me pack my jackets. It might rain. Let me pack my umbrella. I feel like I'm off to a much stronger start in my second season than I was in my rookie season.
Well, once your producer showed you that there are weather apps for your phone, that was a big breakthrough.
Yes, it really was. And you know what? He was nice enough to buy me an umbrella as well. So we are well taken care of on this crew.
It's all about teamwork. 1-2 pitches outside. Now there's nobody out here, Eduardo. JT Real Muto has a couple of hits, and the Marlins have another runner in scoring position.
They do, and in this situation, you have a 2-2 count. You don't necessarily have to try to hit the ball the other way to move Justin the third. Right now, if it's pitched inside and you can get a pitch that you can rip, you're up 4-3, two strikes. Go for it.
Little looper, shallow right. Harper charges in, and Bour stays anchored at second. And now the interesting wrinkle here is this. As Petit gets to this part of the lineup, the Marlins may have an opportunity to pick up this run, but the pitcher's on deck, and David Phelps has gone 3 innings. Marlins bullpen is just getting active. So Don Mattingly wants options depending on what happens with the Danny Echeverria, who drove in a run with a base hit his last time up. And by the way, it was not the Hanley Ramirez Anibal Sanchez trade. It was the Carlos Delgado Mike Jacobs trade from the Mets that brought Yusmeiro Petit to the Marlins. Jacobs, Grant Somas, and Petit for Delgado. Pitch misses in.
Well, this is a situation that if you do have 2 runners on base, Don Mattingly would go to the bench and hit for David Phelps. He's giving you 3 solid innings in relief. Now, if there's a run driven in right here or just a runner at second base, you could see David Phelps hit for himself.
It is Phelps who is on deck, but the bullpen is active. Echeverria, hot smash. Zimmerman has it, and he gets to the bag and gets the out. And so now let's see the decision for Don Mattingly, and it looks like Phelps is going to come to the plate.
And this is a nice reaction right here by Ryan Zimmerman. This ball is scolded at the first base. Gets it on the short hop, takes it himself. Ball's tailing away from him. Clears his left side and is able to free up that glove to make the play. And I like this decision by Don Mattingly to allow David Phelps to hit right here. Right now you're up 1, but you need a couple more innings out of him. He's been so strong for the last 3. If he can extend and get you at least 6 more outs, that will then take it deeper into the pen.
Well, and remember, Miami's pen in the last 2 days has combined for 10 innings right out of the gate at the start of the season. Ball and a strike. Into center field. That's a base hit. And David Phelps helps himself out. 5-3 Miami.
That's a beautiful thing for Don Mattingly right there. First career RBI for David Phelps, and it's a big one. It's huge. It keeps him on the mound, and right here, aggressive up in the zone. Gets to it. That's a nice swing.
Oh, man.
Yes. See, who says pitchers don't like saluting?
Very nice. And here's D. Gordon with 2 outs and Phelps at first. And Gordon rips one down the right field line, but it's going to hook into the seats.
This is where David Phelps has a base runner now, has to be careful. It has rained. It is wet. But it's a position right now he hasn't been in a lot. D. Gordon, a lot of speed behind him, hits one in the gap. Has to be looking in front of him to see where David Phelps is.
Gordon rifles that one into center and hangs up for Michael Taylor. But the Marlins chase home the run. Justin Bour a double, and David Phelps drives him in. in D.C. New sheriff in town, Johnny B. Baker. The Toyota inside look. 21st year as a skipper, 3 times manager of the year. That rookie year you talked about as a Giant manager, missed the playoffs by 1 game. He had a terrific playing career as well. Baker, 19 years in the big leagues, All-Star a couple times. He played in 3 World Series, won 1 of them as a Dodger in 1981. He had some interesting things happen as a player. He was on deck in Atlanta when Henry Aaron hit 715. Baker, a very good Brave, 8 years in Atlanta. As well, some people credit him as inventing and performing the very first high five in sports history as a Dodger. He has always been a guy, too, that, as Michael Taylor stands in, curiously, has worn batting gloves and sweatbands. Batting gloves when it's cold, sweatbands almost always as a manager.
He has, and don't forget the toothpick.
Good toothpick. He had a great quote when people asked him, why do you have a toothpick in your mouth while you manage? He said, toothpicks are a great source of protein. Center field, enough room for Ozuna, and he's there to make the catch, and Taylor is out number 1, and David Phelps, who helped pad the lead with his RBI single, is up 2 in the bottom of the 5th.
Since he's been in the game, he's been able to pound the strike zone, not afraid to come inside, keeping the hitters off balance. Started the game facing Bryce Harper and has continued to mow down the Nationals lineup.
Now Rendon, and Real Muto takes that one, it looks like, in the shoulder. The Nationals in the offseason, with all the injuries they had, and we talked about the trio, Rendon, Zimmerman, and Worth, hired a veritable platoon of trainers, doctors, in trying to keep everybody healthy. And of course, 3 pitches in, they lose Ben Revere on a check swing in Atlanta. That one lands in front of Stanton for a hit. And so Anthony Rendon with a 1-out single. So the Nationals are hopeful that more people will bring more health. And we'll see. Because it is a team that, despite the youth of Harper or even a Rendon, has some older players, Worth being one, Zimmerman another, Murphy is 31.
And you have to be able to protect your investments. They found out last year with all the injuries how bad it can turn out. And Dusty Baker, he had told me last year, he said, all I want to do is manage a couple more years if I get the opportunity. Well, he inherited a pretty darn good team.
Harper takes down low. Bottom 5, hour and 25-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 2nd here in D.C. More clouds are hovering above the district or the Beltway. I fully expect to see you like on one of those shows on Sunday, you know, the political talk shows. Ball and a strike. Eduardo Perez joins George Will on Meet the Press on Sunday. Here's tonight's Let's Motor Player Profile, brought to you by BMW Mini. Harper, 23, from Las Vegas. Al Kaline, a big fan. So he's got old school guys in his corner.
really good pitch, throwing that off speed for a strike. You see right there, he was caught off balance, looking for the fastball. That's what he does, hunts the fastball, reacts to the rest. Good opportunity for David Phelps right now to try to throw one down in the dirt.
Try to come back fastball. It started it in, kept it in. That's one thing that Juan Nieves has talked about to the pitching staff, and especially going into that Detroit series. I think it applies to this Nationals team, is you've got to pitch inside. Yeah, you got to establish that inside part. It can't just be away, away, away. That's a pretty good pitch.
But we've seen Lance Barksdale all night long not call it. This time against left-handed hitters, you see where his location is. That ball's a ball on the fox tracks. His eyes are right above that inside part of the plate.
That one did miss. There were others an inning, 2 innings ago that were on the plate for both Phelps and Roark. And Phelps throws that pitch, or throws the pickoff throw away. It's free passage to second for Rendon. And it looked like from that shot that both Justin Bour and Rendon a bit surprised that that pickoff came that way.
Bit surprised. It looks like it was going behind the runner. You see Justin didn't even reach for it because the runner gets in the way. You try to protect your left wrist from that.
Good move by Will Little, the first base umpire. He was the closest in the line of fire there. And so it's Harper and Phelps on a full count. And Phelps loses it. Now, David Phelps was stretched out in spring training. He had 2 3-inning stints in the spring. He's into his 4th inning here. Fish Family, you can join them and do it with a prorated full season ticket plan starting at just $6 a game. Half season plans, 3 great 20-game mini plans. All season ticket plans include entry into the Fish Family loyalty program and guarantee access to the 2017 All-Star Game at Marlins Park. Go to marlins.com/season tickets. Brian Morris in Miami's bullpen. Dustin McGowan was up last inning. Morris is up now. And there's only 1 out. Here comes Ryan Zimmerman.
You see with the urgency that Morris is warming up, trying to get ready as fast as possible as Don Mattingly is on his way to the mound. Partner, I haven't seen you in a while. How much do you like that timer with the visits?
I like the timer. I like it a lot because it speeds everything up, and there's no more going out and waiting for the umpire to get out there and say break it up. Now you see umpires, as managers or catchers approach the mound, the umpires are already started on their way out, and they're arriving with 5 seconds left on that timer and say, look, time's up, let's go.
No, I just realized Mattingly got there and there was 15 seconds left on the clock when he got to the mound. Yesterday I was in Oakland, and Don Cooper, the pitching coach for the White Sox, Oakland, you know there's a big foul ball territory. There was only like 8 seconds left by the time he was able to say something.
Oh, that's a nice pitch by Phelps into right field. Stanton makes the catch. Interesting watching Don Mattingly come out and not Juan Nieves come out and deliver that message that, hey, I'm going to leave you in for 1 hitter, or how do you feel? Go get him. It was Mattingly himself that went out to either gauge what was up with Phelps, although it looked like Phelps was doing all the listening during that conversation.
I think it served 3 purposes. 1, to give Morris more of an opportunity to get loose. 2, exactly what you said, gauge look in his eyes to see how much he has left, and maybe also to give his infielders a message on how they want to play the defense and where he wants them to play. They're up by 2, bottom of the 5th inning. It's starting to drizzle again.
Now here's Worth, and he has struck out twice. Swinging in the 1st, and that was against Adam Conley. Looking in the 3rd, and that was against Phelps. Phelps has not been afraid to throw inside in his appearance tonight.
Those are purpose pitches that work very well. Keeps the hitters at bay on their heels. Now opens up a little bit of the outside part of the plate.
And he catches that outside part of the plate. It's 1-2. Worth the type of guy who can go through a month like this where he really struggles. He's had some spells in his career, but he's always been able to seemingly turn it around and turn it around pretty quickly.
Well, Jason also struggled in spring training. Something that they were very worried about going into the season. A lot of people thought Michael Taylor should have been getting the nod over Jason Worth.
Worth has 1 more year left on that 7-year deal that's got him here to DC. This is year 6. It was a 7-year, $126 million contract. You can hear raindrops hitting some of the microphones that are placed in and around Nationals Park. Bouncer, Gordon at second, and David Phelps with a little help from Justin Bour. And hold on, Jason Worth is signaling to the first base umpire. I'm not sure what the discussion is, but Worth stopped, wheeled, and he had words with the first base umpire, Will Little. And I'm not sure, it looked like a clear tag from Bour. Lance Barksdale is keeping the Marlins on the field. Dusty Baker is out.
See right there, he's wondering, I don't think he tagged him. He never tagged him.
Well, can you...
Now you need to know if it's a convincing...
I was about to say, can you tell decisively from that? The Nationals are going to ask for a review, and I'm sure there will be a few more angles. From that angle, I don't know that you can say decisively that he didn't tag you. And of course, the call on the field is a tag, so you have to have evidence to overturn that.
You do have to have evidence, but immediately as soon as it happened from here, very difficult to tell. But Jason Worth just was adamant about it. We're going to find out if the camera angles will be able to tell in New York. And I was there last year. In the video, it's pretty impressive. A lot of pressure for the umpires to make that ruling.
I've been in the room as well, but not during games, so I've seen the facilities. And of course, in that room are 2 crews, 2 umpiring crews. They have the camera angles from our telecast on Fox Sports Florida and on Masson's telecast. And there are some in-house and Major League only cameras that are involved as well.
See, from there, you can't even see definitively if he placed the tag. But there are no wrinkles in that uniform when you usually see the glove touch the uniform. It's going to be interesting the way they call it.
Can you make a ruling based on wrinkles? I know that one of the clarifications this year is the laces of the glove do not constitute the glove on a tag play.
Maybe they'll iron it out.
Oh.
I had to. I had to.
Yeah.
You laid it up for me.
Ted Barrett. Ted Barrett is the crew chief. Will Little, the first base umpire. And he's out. And I don't think there was enough evidence to overturn that. Nationals lose their challenge. Marlins get the out. And David Phelps, a terrific effort here with the Marlins on top 5-3. In D.C., Marcell Ozuna goes after the first pitch of the 6th inning and hits it in the air to Michael Taylor. And there's one out in the Marlins half of the 6th. Christian Yelich, Giancarlo Stanton also scheduled to appear against Yusmeiro Petit, who pitched quite well for the San Francisco Giants for a couple of seasons. Rich Waltz, Eduardo Perez, Jessica Blaylock, and Preston Wilson will be by for Marlins Live, braving the elements down below. Preston all bundled up, so is Jessica. And you can see the Marlin reserves and coaches have got a lot of jackets and a lot of layers on. The weather right now is holding, though there is some gray stuff and some dark stuff above. We had an hour and 25-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Yelich takes a changeup that floats in. And it's 2-0. Yelich has had some great at-bats tonight. There's a look at the dark stuff.
I'm gonna be Jim Cantore right now and say we're going to be okay the rest of the night.
Yelich, center field. That ball's hit a ton. Taylor back, and he catches it at the track. Christian Yelich hit it hard. Michael Taylor can go get him. And that's exactly what he did.
A little hesitation by Michael Taylor right there. Almost like a low basket type catch. Didn't pick it up well. After he started running back, and you can see him looking up.
Two outs. Stanton, who is 2 for 3. Both are singles. And a low fastball. So Jim Cantore, the Weather Channel guy, right?
That's right. Big fan. Always in the middle of every storm. Hasn't met a storm he doesn't face.
By the mound, Rendon on the mound, and literally on the rubber he makes the catch, and that's a quick inning for Petit as the Fish go down in order but lead 5-3. D.C. home opener for the Nationals, 5-3 Miami. Geico presents this Marlins moment. In 2012, the Marlins beat the Reds 12-3. Hanley Ramirez, Omar Infante, John Buck, homer in the first game as the Miami Marlins.
Pretty good hitting coach that year.
Yeah, some guy, he went on to become a broadcaster after a bench coach stint in Houston. I see him on a lot of things. Not on the Weather Channel though.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe a part-time or something there.
You must have had a good day then as the hitting coach on that day as Brian Morris takes over for Miami.
I slept well. Not many nights, but that was one night I can guarantee you I slept well.
Daniel Murphy, Wilson Ramos, and Danny Espinoza. I will have to say, as Morris misses down low at 92 miles an hour, there aren't many hitting coaches that get to the broadcast booth, so it's fun to have someone that has been through it. Murphy, a 3-run triple in the first. I've often heard that being a hitting coach is like the clown at the circus who's spinning plates.
Spinning plates all the time. You don't get a lot of sleep. There has to be 27 outs made in a game. So you're going to have players that are going to be disappointed with their nights. Even if you win the game 12-1, those 12 runs, somebody hit. Yes, those guys are happy, but somebody had to make the outs.
And is it a lot like being a parent where you can't have a favorite child? You can't say, well, Billy, you're my favorite.
No, you can't have a favorite child here. And if you do, the players will call you out immediately on it. And you can't be afraid to go to that player that's struggling also. Because you could fall in the ritual of, hey, this kid is swinging the bat well, I'm going to stick with him.
JT Realmuto out to talk to Brian Morris. Morris, in his first appearance of the season, gave up a couple of home runs. That was on Tuesday night. He was not feeling well, and just in talking to him tonight, he did not feel well, and he did not throw well. And the combination of feeling better and a little adjustment after a video session. And he said the last couple of days the ball's been coming out of his hand a lot differently, with a little more zip on it.
Yeah, it was less velocity. Last year you saw a little bit more out of his arm in the mid-90s. A couple days ago it was 91, 92. It's a big difference.
And he loses Daniel Murphy. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.tv Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. Well, it's a 2-run lead that Morris is trying to protect here in the bottom of the 6th.
Infield is playing at double play depth. Both Echeverria and Gordon. Very good tandem up the middle. Prado playing 4 to 5 steps away from the line. Outfield straight away.
If you're just dropping into this ball game, Adam Conley started, went an inning, and the Marlins, after an hour-and-a-half rain delay, turned to David Phelps, and Phelps responded by giving them 4 scoreless innings. He had some base runners to deal with, and he dealt with them. And of course, Phelps had a key RBI single as a hitter, and made it from a 4-3 game, pushed it to 5-3. Wilson Ramos Well, they count 2-0. Brian Morris trying to find his groove here in DC. And Ramos a cut on a 2-0.
Decided to go with the off-speed pitch. Hasn't been able to locate that fastball well. So right there, went with the breaking ball, was able to throw it for a strike, getting Wilson Ramos a little bit off balance. Has to be able to throw this fastball where he wants it.
One of the guys in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization, and that's where Morris got to the big leagues, that really helped him and is now a member of the Marlins front office, is Jim Benedict, who's the vice president of pitching for the Fish. Though drafted by the Dodgers in a first-round draft pick by the Dodgers, traded to the Pirates, and the Marlins picked him up a few years ago, and he's been a really nice bullpen piece for Miami, as he was for the Pirates. Benedict, longtime pitching guru, if you will. He and Mark Del Piano, who's now the vice president of player development for Miami, coming over in the offseason from Pittsburgh's front office. (3-2). Runner on the move, and a swing and a miss, and a ball in the dirt. It'll be a stolen base for Daniel Murphy. A strikeout for Brian Morris. And Danny Espinoza, the hitter.
See, Dusty Baker decided to send Murphy on that one to stay away from the double play. Wilson Ramos does hit into plenty of them, being a catcher. Sinker ball around the mound, the perfect recipe for it. He thought Wilson would at least have made contact, but that ball was way out of the strike zone as Wilson chased.
Espinoza walked in the second, lined out in the fourth. A shortstop from Long Beach State. Who have the best college baseball nickname, right? I mean, the Dirtbags.
How awesome is that?
Yes, it is. And they've got there's a pretty good parade of infielders, starting with Rookie of the Year Bobby Crosby, Evan Longoria, Troy Tulowitzki, and Espinoza.
He's falling behind again. Play with matches, you can get burned. Have to be able to get ahead in the count. Doesn't matter how good your stuff is.
So bench coach Tim Wallach there. Looked like he was creeping in at third back in his Expos days. And Morris right now having trouble finding the plate. He struck out Ramos after walking Murphy.
See a little frustration on Morris, but he can bounce back here. He understands right now probably Espinoza won't be given the green light. Morris hasn't shown consistency around the plate.
(5-3) Miami in DC. Nationals won their first 2 games in Atlanta. Marlins lost their first 2 at home against the muscular Detroit Tigers. Another walk. And now with the 9 spot coming up, Dusty Baker will send up a pinch hitter, Clint Robinson. And Juan Nieves is out to the mound. And so Morris hasn't been sharp. And it would be wise to sharpen up here in that 9 spot before you turn the lineup over to Rendon, Harper, Zimmerman.
Well, this would be the second pinch hitter that Dusty Baker uses. First one was Stephen Drew. Now Clint Robinson. They still have Matt Decker. He's had a big hit for them yesterday. Jose Levaton, which is the backup catcher switch hitter, and Chris Izey, which teams up again with Dusty Baker here in Washington. He was with him in Cincinnati before going to LA.
So Robinson will hit. Morris will try to find the strike zone. Miami's infield swung around playing this lefty bat to pull. And Morris finds the corner with a breaking ball.
And that's one pitch that has been able to bail Morris out, is that breaking pitch. Has been able to throw it for a fastball, for a strike. And has been able to follow that pitch with a fastball for another strike. Let's see if it goes breaking ball again.
Last year, Robinson, and he did go off speed. Robinson led the Nationals in pinch hits with 6.
Interesting, Lenny Harris, the third base coach for the Marlins, will get 6 in 2 weeks as a pinch hitter. That's how good he was.
But that's why he's the all-time leader.
All-time.
That's why he has the nickname. 0-2 now. Realmuto creeps in, and Morris buries the breaking ball. One, 2. Ooh.
That's a good pitch right there.
Morris.
That's hard. You see the frustration. The shoulders go down on Morris. He wanted that call. Look where that pitch is right there. The body language. Perfect pitch down and away.
And Don Mattingly right now is furious. It has been a long day for Lance Barksdale behind the plate on both sides, but especially on that one. With Morris struggling to find his control, he hits the corner at the knees and on the black and did not get the call.
You see it right there, the number 4, down right on the corner.
And so Morris has to dig down a little deeper. First and second, just 1 out. Got him. Robinson going after a darting fastball. And at 93, that's the top end for Morris so far tonight.
Well, he's starting to find his arm slot down and through in the bottom half of the strike zone. You see a little run it has down and away, further than the other pitch. But Robinson knew he got away with one 2 pitches ago. There's no way he was going to try to take that pitch. Good run.
Michael Taylor. Taylor, a speedy runner, 0 for 3 in the leadoff spot. And of course, when the Nationals broke camp when they opened against the Braves, Ben Revere was in the leadoff spot, but that didn't last for long. He's on the disabled list now. Matt Den Decker is up in his spot.
And they were counting big on Ben Revere to be that leadoff guy. Continued to play a couple innings even after the injury and aggravated even worst.
Ball and a strike, 2 outs. Daniel Murphy at second, Espinoza at first, and a roller wide of third. It stays away at 1 and 2. This almost seems like a different ball game than the one we saw this afternoon. I mean, right? This is like a doubleheader, and this is the second game. They had the opening day ceremonies. They were really cool. They took a long time. The first inning took forever because both teams scored 3 runs. And then bottom of the second, an hour-and-a-half rain delay. And this game has been played with the chillier conditions and now under the lights.
Michael Taylor seems to cut off his swing. You can tell just with the naked eye. Pitches that are down and away, it's not continuous and through. Watch this right here. Swings the bat, already the bottom half just commits, and the top half has to follow. You have to be very perfect when you do that, and that's why the inconsistencies come. He just goes around the baseball instead of through, and continue to try to keep that bat head in the zone.
That's what, you know, that look, and as a hitting coach, you see that, and you know that Rick Shue sees that, hitting coach for the Nationals.
Right.
That's why it makes what JD Martinez did in Houston with you guys really impressive. Breaking ball, pulled foul.
JD Martinez always swung inside the baseball. What he did do was he had 2-part swing. He would stride, and then he would load again to swing, and that right there minimized his power. Very strong. If he used his legs, he would have more power and would be able to then drive the ball the other way. And you have to give a lot of credit to John Maley, the ex-Marlin coach that worked with and convinced him to change and stay in 1 part.
Brian Morris was having trouble throwing strikes. He walked a couple, but just like that, he flipped the switch, he found the groove, and he gets out of the 6th inning. Arrives in DC, 5-3. Suite Rentals, just behind home plate. You can rent one of the suites at Marlins Park for 1 game, and you get all the cool stuff that a suite has, from 16 to 60 guests, VIP service, exquisite food and beverage options, white tablecloth service. Book your Marlins suite today. 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com/suites, and you might meet Billy the Marlin. Remember, we had to
Be nice and be nice.
Yes.
Because he will poke you.
He will. Matt Belisle now takes over. And a first pitch to Martin Prado is a strike. Now the Nationals got 4 innings out of Tanner Roark. He came back after the hour-and-a-half rain delay. 4 runs, 3 earned, 9 hits, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Yusmeiro Petit, 2 innings, a run, and that was the David Phelps single. And so here is Belisle. Well, you remember when the Nationals were rolling in 2012 and looked like they were building a dynasty, and look, the window of opportunity is still open for you. But their bullpen had a decidedly different feel back then. It was Tyler Clippard, whom the Marlins, I mean, he was kryptonite to the Marlins for 4 or 5 years.
Over the top with that changeup.
Drew Storen was saving games, and then when they decided to make the change, Rafael Soriano came in, and they had all 3 of those guys.
And then injuries.
And trades. I mean, still surprised by the trade of Clippard to the Athletics. Then he came back east to pitch for the Mets. Soriano, of course, was a little bit older than everybody. And I think maybe psychologically Storen needed just to get out of Washington, D.C. Towards the line, and Harper reaches up and makes the catch up against the wall. It's a nice play.
It's a lot of focus right there. Knowing the ballpark is definitely important. See right here, he's getting close to it. Never takes his eye off the baseball. Some people say you want to see the ball, then the wall, then the ball, but when it's right in front of you, you have a little bit of feel.
Now Justin Bour. Bour has doubled, takes a strike.
If he called that a strike, he's called a lot of pitches better than that a ball. But it looks like it kissed the top part.
Yeah, and I mean, the scoreboard in the ballpark has 1-1, and it is 1-1, so we did call it a strike. And he did catch that very corner. Well, the back of the bullpen now is Jonathan Papelbon, who is not a real popular guy here in Washington, D.C.
He's not, but if he continues to save games, people forget with success. Obviously last year with what he had an encounter in the dugout with Bryce Harper.
Well, remember at the tail end in Philadelphia, he had an encounter with himself coming off the field, and that drew the ire of the Philly fans. He choked Harper. Bour slices that one in the gap, and a sliding try. Worth can't make the catch, and Bour's on his way to second, and he's got another double.
And one thing you cannot say that Justin Bour does not do is get out of the box in a hurry. He's creating. Right there, you see him get out of the box. Jason Worth, the route that he took wasn't the best. Start off back and then bananaed all the way back to the ball. As you see, Justin right there realizes at that moment, I have an opportunity for 2. Let's get that slugging percentage up.
Well, a couple doubles will help. Now with 1 out, JT Realmuto, who's 2 for 3, comes to the plate. And Belisle catches a corner for a strike. Matt Belisle with St. Louis last year. Miami looking for their first win of the season and trying to spoil the home opener for the Nationals. Out to short. Espinoza gets the out, and that'll give Echeverria another at bat with a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. He drove in a run in the 3rd, and in the 1st and the 5th he bounced out in those same spots. So Etch has been up there with a chance to do damage now for the 4th time.
And this time you definitely have to pitch to him. You have Derek Dietrich on deck.
There's nobody else up in the bullpen for the Nationals.
Sometimes wonder if first base is open. If you pitch to Echeverria or not, but at this moment you have to pitch to him. This has to hurt a little bit, especially with the weather the way it is. Right off the big toe. Ay, papacito. Que dolor. What pain.
Craig Breslow, the lefty, watching from the bullpen. Echeverria, left center field, hits it well. Taylor on the run, not going to get it, off the top of the wall. A run comes across. Echeverria. How'd I do?
Muy bien.
Thank you. 6-3, Marlins on top. His 2nd RBI hit. Bour scores for the 2nd time, and he nearly hit this one out.
And that was a beautiful stroke, inside out. You see where the ball comes right over the inside part of the plate. They're able to barrel it, hitting the E of Kaiser. Well balanced. Let's get 2 on this.
When you hit the E in Kaiser,
it's a beautiful thing.
You've hit it well.
It's a beautiful thing.
6-3 Miami. And here's Morris. And an opportunity with the run across to maybe squeeze another inning out of Morris. Remember, the Marlins bullpen a combined 10 innings in the series, the 2-game series against the Tigers, and just 1 inning out of Adam Conley with the long rain delay tonight.
And you force Dusty Baker's hand right there, having Dietrich on deck, having your lefty warming up, not really getting hot in the pen. Nice managing by Don Mattingly.
Outside corner. Morris goes down. Marlins pick up another and lead it 6-3, bottom 7 in DC. Marlins bottom 7. Opening day, always good to see. And a quick start by the Marlins.
Staying up the middle, base hit, huge right there. And you know what? You can't be afraid to get jammed, JT. That's exactly what happened, and then the rains came.
That was after Murphy's 3-run triple, a 3-3 game. After the long delay, even David Phelps getting in on it. Yeah.
Salute.
Representing, and Echeverria, when you hit the Ian Kaiser, you've hit it hard. And he did just that, an RBI double. And here's how the Marlins and the Nationals have arrived here. The delay was a long one, a wet one, and it wiped out Adam Conley. Tanner Roark, though, came back and threw 4 innings. I can't tell you how big it was for David Phelps to go 4 shutout innings in relief. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock.
Well, Rich, we know that the Marlins already suffered a big blow on the major league level when they lost Carter Capps to Tommy John surgery. Now in the minors, top pitching prospect Tyler Kolek has also undergone the same procedure. He's expected to be out for the next 12 to 16 months as he recovers from Tommy John surgery. And guys, just another injury update. Wei-Yin Chin, who we knew got hit by that line drive on opening day. He's a little bit more sore today than he was yesterday, but fortunately he is still scheduled to make his next start, which is Monday in New York against the Mets.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Of course, an off day tomorrow, a much needed one. Ichiro down there, and Wei-Yin Chen. Off day tomorrow. Marlins bullpen has had to work again. Some heavy innings here. And Brian Morris at the tail end of the 6th seemingly got it together. He ended up striking out 3, walking 2 in that inning. But here, it's Anthony Rendon, it's Bryce Harper, and it's Ryan Zimmerman. Nationals Park. Full house for the opener. Maybe a third, maybe a quarter is better left here right now.
Well, Mother Nature took care of the rest. A lot of rain happened in that hour and 25 minutes.
To center, Ozuna is there and he makes the catch. And Rendon is out, number 1. Morris into his 2nd inning. Phelps went 4 shutout. Conley gave up 3 in 1. Marlins starters now in almost 12 innings of work this season have given up a total of 13 runs.
They have given up a total of 13, but then again, it's early. Saw a lot of nice signs by Jose Fernandez yesterday with those 13 strikeouts in 5.
Here's Bryce Harper. Well, it's a fair point and a good one with Jose. You know, the one pitch obviously that he'd like to have back and that changed the whole course of his start was the backdoor breaking ball that ended up coming in the front door. Jared Saltalamacchia hit it out. That got the Tigers started to a tune of 2-0, even though Jose would strike out 13. And in Jessica's report, she talked about Wei-Yin Chen getting hit on the left arm. And he'd like to have one pitch back in his start, and that was the 88-mile-an-hour fastball, well below his average velocity, that Ian Kinsler hit out for a 3-run homer, and that got the Tigers started on a big night in Game 1.
But that being said, the tenacity of the Marlins being able to come back from such a deficit on opening day, we're going to witness a lot of good offense from this team throughout the year.
Harper fouls it back, and Morris evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Don Mattingly said post-game yesterday, let's get away from the Tigers and get into the National League East. And the hope is that he can find some wins on this road trip. 3 here against the Nationals, 3 against the Mets. And not a difficult or not an easy road the rest of the month, with a road trip out to San Francisco, Los Angeles.
When you're going into New York this year, it's pretty much almost you're facing number 1s and number 2s. Doesn't matter if they're the 4th or 5th starter in that rotation. Very good, very deep.
Harper, right field, deep, and gone. There is no doubt when he hits him.
None whatsoever. Pitch middle in. Bryce Harper rarely misses those. Said it earlier in the game. Hard to control, but if you're going to allow him to hit a homer, do it when there's nobody on base. Minimize the rest of the players, and that's exactly what's happened here. Look at the location. Missed. Middle in. Bryce did not miss. He knew it.
Now Zimmerman, and he swings and misses. Second of the season. Harper homered in Atlanta as well. He's walked twice, and he has homered. That adjustment that he made last year, more damage with fewer swings, continues this season.
And it's okay to, he's going to have damage. He's going to do that. Last year, hit 42 home runs. What stood out to me are the 99 RBIs. That's what you have to, for 42 home runs, you would love to see more runs batted in. If he's going to do damage and there's no one on base, you have a chance.
Well, it's an indication that the Nationals didn't give him a lot of help in and around him.
That's why you cannot lose your focus with the rest of the players just because Bryce Harper's in that lineup.
One and two.
Bryce hit a homer in Atlanta on opening day over there, and over here, I know it doesn't feel like opening day anymore, but it still is.
No, it doesn't, does it? It's like they had opening ceremonies and everybody went home and came back. Ed Chavarria on first in time, and Zimmerman is out. Jason Worth coming up. 6-4, Miami on top, bottom 7. This has turned into a chilly night in D.C., which is, I think, a preview of what the Marlins and the Nationals will be up against come Saturday, where temperatures are supposed to be chilly. Just a warning to you, Jim Cantore.
I better go get my jacket.
It's another time. This is the second time we've seen Don Mattingly trot out and have a chat with his reliever.
Worked last time.
Yeah, that's right. It was David Phelps who came out, or actually Mattingly came out to talk to David Phelps, and you thought it, with a reliever ready, he might take him out, but they had a conversation, stuck with him, got out of the inning. An 0 for 3 for Worth. And so far, an 0 for 11 on the season.
Even though he did get all that money, there's one thing that the Nationals want to do, and it's they feel that it's a win now attitude. And if Jason doesn't start producing, Dusty Baker will not be afraid to bench him.
Do you think that the Nationals feel their window is narrowing, not necessarily closing?
I believe so. I believe that they made moves last year, acquiring Scherzer, thinking that they were going to have an opportunity with the injuries. They just acquired Murphy this offseason. You have a very good pitching staff. Strasburg will be a free agent after the year.
And his comments the other day almost sounded like he's resigned to this being his last year as a National, which you could hardly imagine, right? When they shut him down to protect his arm in the future before the postseason in 2000, what was it, 12?
This screams a highest bidder. It's not so much his loyalty as
Worth is on his way to first. And Don Mattingly's going to go to Craig Breslow to face the lefty Daniel Murphy. So Worth walks. Morris gives Don Mattingly an inning in 2/3. Wes Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. On Saturday, the Marlins and the Nationals. Tom Kohler gets the ball for the Fish, his 2006 debut. Joe Ross will go for Washington as the Marlins and the Nationals play game 2 of a 3-game set. Tomorrow is a scheduled off day. This, the home opener, and they always have the off day just in case it's bad weather. And guess what? We had bad weather, but not bad enough to wipe this game out. Hour-and-a-half rain delay, which came in the bottom of the second, and that certainly changed the Marlins pitching plans. Adam Conley went just 1 inning, and the bullpen has been terrific in his place. David Phelps 4 innings, Brian Morris an inning and 2/3, and now Craig Breslow is in to face Daniel Murphy with a runner at first and 2 outs, and Murphy lines one foul.
And I get it, getting the day off schedule just in case of the rain delay, but I never, ever remember having a day off on a Friday in a Major League schedule. So far, what's a bigger story? Story in Colorado, the shortstop that has had 4 home runs in the first 3 games of his career, or the Padres not scoring any runs in the first 3 games of their season.
How about Starlin Castro?
Pretty good start over there in New York. Another home run today.
And Murphy out on that front foot. Good breaking ball by Breslow. Breslow, of course, we've talked about. He had a really nice camp. Juan Nieves knew him and knows him well from their time together in Boston. The 35-year-old has battled a lot of different bumps and bruises and pains, especially in that shoulder in 2013, 2014. Little looper, and it falls in front of Ozuna. And so Daniel Murphy dumps one into center. The Nationals keep this inning alive.
A beautifully placed pitch right here by Breslow. Down and in. Murphy doesn't get much on it, but he's fortunate enough to hit it in no man's land right in between Echevarria and Ozuna. And now he has to face the dangerous Wilson Ramos. When runners are in scoring position, this is the guy that the Nationals want up. They say he has a way of slowing down the game in clutch situations.
He did not overall have a particularly good year last year. With a 229, 258, 301 slash line, batting average, on base, slugging. He did have 15 homers, and he rolls it. Etch on to Gordon in time to get the out, and the bullpen continues to be super for the Fish. 6-4 Miami. To FS1, heavyweights rule the octagon. Ben Rothwell takes on former champ Junior Dos Santos, plus Gonzaga. I don't know if it's Gonzaga or Gonzaga in UFC. We'll go with Gonzaga. Battles Lewis. And it's all on Sunday, special time 11:30 a.m. Eastern on FS1. Watch it live on Fox Sports Go. That would not be a guy you want to see in the octagon, Bryce Harper. Although he and Jonathan Papelbon would make an interesting pairing in UFC.
Throw him in there.
There has been an Ollie Perez sighting. And here he is in D.C. Perez, a guy who has, to his credit, extended a career that many thought was over 6, 7, 8 years ago, when he had control issues and looked like he was headed out of the game. He's reinvented himself and made himself a nice living.
Well, he goes out there with good velocity, arm angle, little 3/4, pitches from the third base side of the rubber. That right there has given him a lot more consistency. When he was younger, pitched from the other side of the rubber. See how he is, all those mannerisms. hard to have a consistent arm slot when you have different leg kicks.
Perez now 34.
Oof, that's a tough strike. That ball looked way in.
Yeah, and Dee Gordon right now is having that same discussion with Lance Barksdale. No, it was a strike. Count is 1-2. Oliver Perez. Let's see, where should we start? Padres, Pirates.
First time I ever saw him, Caribbean World Series as a young 19-year-old. I was like, wow, blew me away.
Well, then that's even before the Padres, but not that much. He was young as a Padre. Gordon swings, misses, ball in the dirt. Ramos throws him out. And then along the line came Seattle for a couple of years. You got it together there as well. Arizona for a couple seasons. Houston in 2015 for 22 games. And this is his second appearance as a national. All told, his 15th major league season. Ozuna goes after a pitch on the, I was going to say outside part, but it was actually.
He even smiles right there. He has to.
It was actually on the inside part of the left-hand hitter's batter's box.
Now that is not cutting off your swing.
No.
Where Michael Taylor would have never even come in the same area code of making contact on that pitch. He's swinging right here.
You know, and that's, to be honest, in watching Ozuna last year, that's the challenge for Barry Bonds, Frank Ntilikina as well. And that is, Ozuna is an aggressive hitter. And how do you balance the aggression with discipline?
Well, you don't try to tame it. If you do, you're going to lose that aggressiveness and you end up having a player that won't even recognize who he is. This pitch right here, slider, you know he's out there going to be aggressive. Ball's way out of the zone, but he committed early because of velocity. Marcell has to look up in the zone. I think he's a better hitter when he looks up and when he attacks up.
Here's Yelich. And Yelich takes a breaking ball. So how do you find that balance for Ozuna between?
You give him an entire season and you don't judge him on just 2 months. And you make him feel like he belongs. I thought last year watching him play, he was very tentative, and that is not who he was. That's not the Ozuna that we saw 2 years ago.
And just in the discussions with Don Mattingly and hearing some of the quotes from Barry Bonds, they've had an impact. And those new voices and the new eyes have had an impact on Ozuna so far. Yelich thinks about a bunt and takes outside.
Well, they always do, but give a lot of credit to Marcell also for showing up to spring training in shape. If he would have shown up out of shape in spring training, this opportunity wouldn't be there. He's created it for himself. He has the talent and the ability to succeed at this level. It's a very good at bat by Christian Yelich.
Yelich walks. And Dusty Baker is out. And a double switch. Bullpen arm in. Jason Worth is going to exit the game. And that brings up a Wes Kendall called to the bullpen. Heisey off the bench and into left field. And out of the bullpen is right-hander Sean Kelly. Here's a look at Heisey, former Dodger last year, but the guy that Dusty Baker knows well from his time in Cincinnati.
I always wonder why pitchers throw over to first to start. They come in, you know Christian Yelich is not going anywhere with Giancarlo at the plate and 2 outs.
Maybe as a courtesy.
You're there. I know you're there.
Stanton hooks one, and it's fouling into the seats. Giancarlo's night includes a couple of hits, 2 for 4. For whatever reason in this ballpark, look, he's hit darn well in just about every ballpark, but this one especially.
Big home runs.
15 homers in 38 games.
That's a season for many people. Recognize that breaking ball a little too late. Caught on his heels a bit.
Oh, 2. Yelich at first, 2 outs. And he got him. On a slow breaking ball, Stanton strikes out. And Miami is done in the 8th. 6-4. Marlins.
Park, where the Marlins lead it 6-4. Be sure to keep it here after the game for our Marlins Live post-game show. Preston Wilson and I will be live down on the field tonight. We will take a look at Marlins chasing their first win of the season, also finding offense early, and then finally David Phelps comes in and delivers for the Fish. That is coming up on our Marlins Live post-game show. Guys?
All right, thank you, Jessica. Still a ways to go here in Washington, D.C. Craig Breslow and Danny Espinoza. Miguel Rojas is in, and he's at first base. The Marlins had planned on doing this as a defensive replacement. Rojas, an infield whiz, took a lot of time at first base in the spring, and so he's in as a defensive replacement. Now Espinoza, clean cut, right? Now that is not photoshopped. That was Espinoza. I don't know if that was this year, but I remember last year. You know what? That must have been this year, because last year was just a huge mustache. I mean, an unbelievably, actually much larger than you would feel comfortable with mustache.
I actually was there in their spring training the day that their photo day was taken. And that was exactly how he looked. Pretty scraggly.
D. Gordon. Makes the catch with a smile. A little bit of wind pushing out to right center. That's a lonely feeling when all of a sudden you realize you're not directly underneath it.
When you start backpedaling like that, I've been there before. A lot of my errors have been because of that. And it's very difficult. Once you commit to backpedaling, not good. Fortunately, he's athletic enough, quick enough to stay focused and make the play.
Breslow misses out. David Phelps for 4, Brian Morris for an inning and 2/3. Breslow pitching to Chris Heisey. A.J. Ramos starts the process in Miami's pen. And again, as we've touched upon with this lengthy day here, it's turned into a chilly night. The Marlins got 10 innings from their bullpen in just 2 games against the Tigers, and then ended up with a short start, a 1-inning start from Adam Conley because of an 1.5-hour rain delay that hit in the bottom of the 2nd. And David Phelps bailed the Marlins out big time with his 4 innings and an RBI single for good measure. Brian Morris a run, but he gave him an inning and 2/3. Now Breslow in the 8th. If he can get through the 8th, Breslow, that would be a huge boost if you didn't have to bring Ramos in to finish the 8th and then pitch the 9th. But it's just a 2-run cushion, and he walks Heisey, and now you're getting into some of the bigger bats in the Nationals order, and Don Mattingly knows that. Michael Taylor, then Rendon, then Harper, Zimmerman. Remember, Worth has been taken out in a double switch.
I'm wondering, you see A.J. Ramos he's letting it loose already in the pen, hurrying up, probably to be ready for Rendon. And it all depends. If this hitter gets on base, then you have A.J. for Rendon. If he doesn't, I leave Breslow in to face Rendon.
Breslow, a guy who in his career, his splits, lefties and righties, just about right down the middle. Hot smash, Echeverria, backhand there. Gordon gets the out. Ball flies out of his hand. Echeverria still down at short, but now he's up on his feet. Now that's not the transfer rule, because he's not transferring it from glove to hand, but he had it long enough to start the throwing motion.
Well, that's a heck of a catch right there by Echeverria. Then Gordon trying to do it all in one motion. Barehanded it, wasn't able to hold on. And watch the slide by Heisey, going straight into the bag. Clean slide at second base.
I think a lot of people around baseball now are actually watching those slides and taking their attention off of the throw to first, just to see if the slide is legit.
And if I'm a middle infielder, just like you have to apply the tag at second base, no more phantom tags. You have to stay with the tag. I'm a second baseman or a shortstop. Even if you don't think you have a play at first, throw it. You never know. Could be called interference.
And because if it is interference, both runners are out. You get a double play. So your plan of attack to leave Breslow in for Rendon.
It's all because of the man behind Rendon. You want to go lefty on left. The man behind him, Bryce Harper.
Ball and a strike. Rendon tonight, double and a single on a 2-for-4 night. 13 hits for Miami, just 6 for the Nationals, but a 2-run Marlin lead. Bottom 8. And it's 2-1. There's Harper. That's a foul tip. And it stays at 2-2. Yeah, we have been, what, strapped in here for almost 5 hours?
It's been fun.
5.5 hours?
It's been fun.
And
fortunately, we have lots of sleep in us to get this game.
That's true. Off day tomorrow, baby. We'll sleep when we're old.
Absolutely.
Got him. Craig Breslow strikes out Anthony Rendon. And that Marlin bullpen has been spectacular today. Oh, yeah, it's tonight in D.C. See the smile on Juan Nieves' face. And for the Marlins tonight, on a short start because of rain, the Marlins pen has picked it up. And a 2-run lead in the 9th. MLB.TV Premium. Every out-of-market regular season game. 400 supported devices. MLB.TV, the place to go for details. Eduardo Perez has, I want to say, 27 supported devices. He travels with just under 20 of them.
A lot of weight.
A lot of weight. It takes a while to get through security, but it's worth it because he can watch MLB.TV Premium wherever he is.
I'm all over the place.
Whether he's on a conference call, whether he's at the gym, whether he's on the team bus headed out to the ballpark. Fastball, Prado fouls it back. Sean Kelly's still in there. Prado has a couple hits in a 6-4 Miami lead. What is your favorite gadget electronically as far as maybe not watching MLB.TV Premium, but just staying current?
It's a great question.
You had a cool weather app that you showed everybody in the booth, and now we all have it on our devices.
It tells you. It tells you when it's coming.
It's a little weather app.
I'd say it, but
that's right. Unless you're getting a cut, don't say it.
I'm not.
1-2.
You wanna? If you want to know, Send me a tweet and I'll retweet it to you. It's always good to know exactly when the rain is coming, especially when you're at the ballpark or at the golf course. Be nice right here for the Marlins to get what Joe Madden taught me in minor leagues. He called it the jug runs. Go for the jugular right here. You add a couple more runs on the board. It just takes all the energy away from the Nationals.
Jug runs?
Jug runs.
That's not a Smokey and the Bandit term?
No, but I like it.
All right.
Smokey and the Bandit, you're going way back.
I know. Well,
I'm telling your age, Rich.
Google it, kids. 3-2. Rendon across the diamond in time to get Prado.
And you saw where Rendon threw that baseball from, down under. That's where he feels comfortable. That's where he feels most accurate. But if the ball is in the dirt at any time and you're a first baseman, it is so difficult to make a pick on that. See how he's telling Zimmerman at first base, yes, a lot of torque and a lot of movement on that ball.
Well, he's the king right there of funky angles from third base, right?
Well, he was doing that because of
his shoulder injury, without question.
He was trying to find a new way in how to get that baseball from third to first.
Here's Miguel Rojas. He came in as a defensive replacement. Why is the funky angle tough to pick as opposed to?
There's no true hop.
Okay.
There's no true hop. When you're over the top, you throw four seam. There's no true hop. You're taught as a first baseman to be able to keep your glove low and work your way up. When you throw it from that angle and you see it coming, you pray it doesn't hit you in the lips on the way up from the dirt.
Rojas bangs a pitch down the right field line, and it's foul. Now, there is an off day tomorrow, and both managers need it for their bullpens, as odd as that sounds in Game 3. But the Nationals' pen worked in both games in Atlanta. There was an extra inning game there. They had nice efforts from Scherzer and Strasburg to start. But tonight, Dusty Baker's pen has been great in number. Petit, Belisle, Perez, Kelly, all in relief of Roark. I know what your favorite device is.
Which one is it?
With the travel that you do, it's your garage door opener when you get home, because that means you're home.
What if I told you I don't have a garage?
Come on, play along with us.
Getting to know you.
Murphy makes the catch. And there's 2 outs. And here comes JT Realmuto.
I am being bombarded right now on Twitter. Everybody wants to know what the app is. As soon as the inning's over, I'll start sending it to you guys. And let them know Eduardo sent you. You won't get a discount either.
That's right, but it's worth it, even in the 45 minutes that I've had it on my device.
Told you.
Tom Kohler, Joe Ross. Remember, it's a 4:05 start on Saturday and a 1:35 start on Sunday. Jared Cozart, Max Scherzer. 3:30 start for Marlins Live on Saturday. 1 o'clock on Sunday. Realmuto, a bouncer to third. Rendon gets the outs. And A.J. Ramos now will come out of Miami's bullpen and try to save it in D.C. On Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by your South Florida Honda dealers. Washington, D.C. Home opener for the Nationals. And the Marlins are here and trying to ruin the party. They need 3 outs from A.J. Ramos, and now Eduardo Perez will go through A.J. Ramos and his arsenal.
Oh, he has that hater, that fastball. He attacks early. He needs that changeup also to keep those left-handed hitters at bay. He can throw that slider down low, throw it for a ball late in counts, and then the hook, the curveball to the right-handed hitters to put them away.
And I think for Ramos, the other thing to complement that arsenal is command and the ability to throw strikes, because when he's not throwing strikes, guys aren't chasing. And when they're not chasing, for Ramos, he can run into issues. Now, he did the other night. He walked 3, but was bailed out on that odd rundown when the ball got to the screen and bounced back to Real Muto.
And this is the key right now, strike 1, early, against Bryce Harper.
There's strike 1, deep center field. Back goes Ozuna at the track, makes the catch. How about that?
And that's fine. If he would have gone deep, it would have been a 6-5 game, but you do not want to start a rally by walking Bryce Harper and giving him an opportunity to get on base. Perfectly done, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Ryan Zimmerman is next. And I would assume that the same applies here. Strike 1. Zimmerman certainly strong enough to hit it a long ways. Fastball zips outside.
You don't even have to try to overpower these hitters. Just make sure you get ahead. Their goal is to try to get on base for the next man up.
Zimmerman doubled in the 3rd.
See how A.J. falling off a lot to the first base side. A little bit more in control on that one than on the first 2.
Ramos did not have a full spring training. That calf injury sidelined him for a few weeks. Slowed down the progression. A strike there to Zimmerman. Ramos trying to save it. David Phelps in line for the win, and boy, does he deserve it. That's out, and Ramos walks. Brian Zimmerman. And that's going to bring up a South Florida kid who was a hero the other night in Atlanta. And that's Matt Dendecker, also a Florida Gator, Westminster Academy, a high school teammate of Michael Taylor's. Not often do you see high school teammates end up as major league teammates. The other day, Dendecker was taking batting practice in AAA. It was like 3 in the afternoon when his manager got a call and said, get him to Atlanta. That's a swing. And a nice call that goes Ramos's way. He got on a plane, got to Atlanta, got to the ballpark, and found himself in the ball game and rips a key RBI double that helped the Braves, or rather, excuse me, helped the Nationals beat the Braves. And that was yesterday in Atlanta. So he went from AAA in the afternoon BP to Atlanta, where he arrives with the game in progress, and he didn't really have a whole lot of time to think. Gets a huge hit to win the game, and then he flies to DC. He's part of opening night or opening day, and here he is at another key spot.
And you see what A.J. Ramos has been able to do. Breaking ball for a strike on a check swing. This one up in the strike zone for another strike. Now he's 0-2.
Zimmerman at first. Ramos stayed fastball. It's popped up. Prado should have room. And a big second out for A.J. Ramos. But it isn't going to come easy, because a guy that has haunted the Marlins for many a season is the last out to get. And that's Daniel Murphy. Career numbers: 3 for 10 with a homer against Ramos. Breaking ball, strike inside part.
That's been his money pitch tonight. Going to it after not being able to get that fastball over against Zimmerman. He's been able to throw that pitch effectively to the left-handed hitter.
Runner goes, and Zimmerman is going to take the base. Real Muto popped out like he was ready to throw.
And he's the one that gave the sign of, listen, you guys stay in your position. We're not going anywhere. He looks into the dugout.
And Ramos now wants to talk with Real Muto. Pitch in the dirt, ball in a strike, or excuse me, a ball in 2 strikes.
He's got curveballs, he's got changeups.
One, two. Got him! Strike 3 called. Inside corner. Don Mattingly's first win as a Marlins skipper, and a nice one to get as the Marlins come and spoil the Nationals' home opener, and they do it with some timely hitting and some great bullpen. And there's your final 6-4.
Pitch wasn't being called all night, down in the zone. Fox Tracks has it kissing the bottom half of the zone. Daniel Murphy doesn't like it, but it doesn't matter anyways. Game over. Marlins win.
So Ramos gets the save. Mattingly his first Marlins win, and the Fish go to 1-2, and they take the first of 3 here in DC. Nicely done for the Marlins. Marlins Live postgame is coming up. Jessica